Welcome back, everybody. Today we're continuing where we left off in Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. From what I've been told, this will be our final session. There's one guy who's played it before. He told me this should be the last thing. Like, it should be this session, we're done. I know I've said that twice now, but this time I really mean it. It's so true. It's so true. It's so dang true. Hang on, let me open up Streamlabs, too. As you'll recall last time, shit's getting extremely real. Oh, I should announce stream has started. Yeah, shit got very real last session. Basically, we're just in the middle of the longest fucking trial known to humankind. This is like the fucking blowout mega trial. It's still going on, and it's insane. It's crazy. It's crazy how long this fucking trial is. We were talking to fucking, Smegtilda, or whatever the hell her name is. The evil woman. Evil woman. Alright, continue. Continue! Was it this one? 2050? Dang! Okay, let's load. So I believe last we heard was to be continued. And then this. So we're going into yet another day of the trial, I'm guessing. But isn't there like... I thought this game, the whole thing was there's like set amounts of days that a trial can take. It can't be any longer than that. Maybe not. Maybe I'm fucking... Maybe I'm geeking. Okay, there we go. I've got all my stream stuff open. Perfect. Let's begin, shall we? February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Courtroom number 7.
Order!
Oh, he didn't say it.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Can I get like a recap or something? I mean, it's been a week, man. I need like a recap, a refresher or some shit. You think I was paying attention, witness?
Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that.
So yeah, to approximately nobody's surprise, it turns out Dahlia was the evil spirit inhabiting this girl. She's back. She's back for round 2. If you don't remember her, she was the one from the very, very first case, and then the case right before this as well. She's extraordinarily evil.
But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. That was kind of cringe, bro.
Hey, I want to make sure we don't have any more recent saves. I don't really remember what we did last week, so I'm just like super double checking. Yeah, okay, we're good.
Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
Ding, ding, ding. Ah, here we go. Okay, so this is the real meat of it. This is like, we're gonna find out how they actually did it, which is really interesting.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
Yeah, so that also checks out. I don't think that part's a lie. Morgan Fay install her own daughter as the next master. Yeah, that sounds about right. She was trying to get Pearl in.
But for it to work, Maya Fay would have to die first.
Why does she look like that, man? It fucking geeks me out when she does the fucking chipmunk teeth. Ooh. Maya Fay has to die first. I like it, though. It's a good look. It's cool. It's very evil and threatening.
The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are?
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trat. Master of Muppets. I love the Muppets. They're fucking sick, dude. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. That's one of my 86 indistinct rules. But yeah, that actually does check out. We talked about this last week. I can't remember if I brought this up or if somebody else brought this up, but we were just talking about this letter here. The burnt letter. And it says like blah, 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 blah. Everything up to her. Gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Yeah, this part right here. It doesn't really make sense if you consider it as being like the vengeance coming to fruition wouldn't make sense if it was just intended to kill that lady, because like the whole point of the vengeance is, I understand it, is that, like, Maya and Phoenix were the ones who fucked over her plan originally. Like, the mom didn't do shit originally. It was just those two. So, like, I don't understand. It wouldn't make any sense if it was vengeance on her. It makes way more sense that it's vengeance on Maya. So that actually did make a lot of sense. That checks out.
Mr. Gatto is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true?
Nah, plan. Deek, 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 deek. The whole plan began with my death.
Oh, that's it? That's the whole... Oh, shit. That's the whole testimony. Maya Fey would have to die first. Me kill Maya and then blame it on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Huh, interesting. This is a fucking toughie, dude. Obey your pastor. That's not what the song says. It says something else. Though I don't remember what it says, so you might actually be right. You may be right on the money on this one. It was actually first seen in the movie The Muppets Take Manhattan. The Muppets Meet Metallica, the famous Muppet film. Let's press this, because this doesn't really make sense either, right? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris? Why would they want to blame Iris? You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her own body to finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Man, Dahlia really does not give a fuck.
Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
Okay, let's save. I'm saving right here just in case it crashes and such. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success?
You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead.
What? Oh my god. Woohoo! Let's go, dead Maya. I'm happy.
Now the title of the master will pass on to the pastor.
But that's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny?
Do you want to know the truth? I loved that first case when Phoenix Wright was wearing the fucking sweater with her name in a heart. Or no, it was something in a heart. It was like a D in a heart or something.
Do you want to know the truth? You can't handle the truth. Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. So, yeah, the thing is, like, I totally get her motivation for wanting to blame it on Iris. Her, specifically, based on what we heard last time. But I don't understand Morgan Fay's reason to want to do that. That doesn't really make that much sense, but I will press this one.
The whole plan began with my dance.
You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fey the master of Kurain?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master.
Oh no, I closed out of something. I closed out of something really bad. Okay, there we go, I got it back.
Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
My plan, huh?
I love the judge's fucking pointless interjections. They're so good. Yeah, okay, so I guess that makes sense then. Based on what she just said, that actually clears up what I was just talking about. So I was unclear on why she would want to do that, Morgan Fey, but she specifically wants Pearl. I was under the impression, like in the last game, she was like really insistent on Pearl as well, but back then, that was her only daughter. Like, ostensibly, that was her only daughter. It wasn't until now that they've added in this new twist, so like, yeah, that makes, I guess she's just so powerfuler. Pearl is just so much powerfuler that this girl's like, get all my fucking other daughters out of the way. Make way for Prince Ali. Make way for Prince Pearl. Don't make the fucking angry hamster face, dude. It makes me angry. I'm gonna fucking crush your head like a beetle. For it to work, Maya Fey would have to die. She's so fucking sinister. Maya would have to die, but why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that? She just explained. It was pretty logical. Because she wants to be the leader of the bunch. Like a fucking Donkey Kong style thing. You got your stimmy, dude? Nice reanimated bit. Let's go. You should buy a giant inflatable reanimated bit robot. Like, it's just a Roomba, but then it inflates with a balloon that looks exactly like you. Like a wacky inflatable tube man, but it's you. That way you could have double use. You could, like, skip out of work some days by putting the inflatable reanimated bit at your station. That'd be fucking dope, man. You could have a legit double, like a shadow clone. You need to invest. Oh, and my fucking idea was a wise. Okay, I see how it is, reanimated bit. I think my balloon bot is a fucking extremely good use of money, personally. Which beetle has a crushed head? Yeah, it's Ringo. Little known Ringo fact, he actually does not have a head. His head is 1 inch wide, but it's very tall, because when he was a young boy, a gorilla clapped him like that. Just slapped his head like a mosquito. It's kind of tragic, but it does explain his, strange mind, I guess for lack of a better term. Because his bane is basically just a break-in strip. His bane is basically a break-in strip going all the way up. So I don't understand what the contradiction is here. This plan seems very logical. Well, she does describe it as a stupid plan, but other than that, it seems very logical. So, install her daughter as the master. Maya Fey has to die, because she's the daughter of the other master. That makes sense. My idea is to have me kill Maya, then have the blame pinned on Iris. That also makes sense. They need a fall guy. I don't understand what the contradiction is here. I'm truly, like, drawing a blank here. You were going to kill Maya? We already pressed this one. Grr.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Yeah, they look identical. She wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. Interesting. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here to get rid of this next segment. This is very hard. This is getting quite hard now. I investigated my money in video games. Good idea. That's the best investment of all. I want one of those t-shirts that says, yeah, I'm a gamer. I lived 99 lives and I fight dragons. Guys, listen, you can invest your money in the stock market, or you could become Commander Sheepard and shoot aliens to fight the Reapers. You're going to invest in triodes. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Vacuum tubes. Woo! Dude, vacuum coin all the way to the moon as far as I say. As far as I have to know. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. Reanimated bit, what do you think the contradiction is? Do you think the balloon bot was behind it all? The whole plan began with my death. Let's check my evidence, too. I'm sorry, I'm kind of out of it today, so I'm not doing amazing here. Hazard Temple map, this thing. Received before the lights out bell, the nights out bell. Protects from evil spirits. Weather data. None of this has anything to do with what she's talking about. None of this has literally anything to do with what she was talking about. Maybe this? Because she didn't witness the actual murder? Like Sister Bikini? Because what we discovered last time, right, was that there was a second real crime scene where it all truly went down. Yeah, because remember, she lost her necklace in that inner courtyard, and then they just brought her body back to the other place. Body bag. I guess I'll try that. I really don't know what to try here. Does she mention that somewhere? For it to work, my fan had to die. And have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You are the contradiction. Oh no. Oh, let's go. You're reading more of the fucking Gobind books? I haven't read in so long, man. Because I'm taking a lot of classes now, so like I just haven't had any time to read outside of those. And it's all just like very dry and boring, like technical writing. It's super annoying. I miss reading. I miss fun reading. For it to work, Maya Fey would have to die. A stupid hand, Platch Guy Galigan Day. It seems to have succeeded anyway. We tried pressing this, yeah? Because you think the plan was a success?
You heard me? Just as that woman had hoped, Maya Fey is dead.
She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Yeah, so I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I don't understand. We've pressed everything, and no information has been added. He says we need to find more information. Let me just make sure that I pressed everything, and then we'll try... Maybe I need to, like, present Maya against when she said that she's dead? Because we don't know that she's dead yet. We just haven't seen her. You're talking about Pearl Fey.
My father remarried a woman who also had a daughter.
Oh, here we go. Now she's saying something new when I press this.
The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible!
The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
I don't know, it seemed fun at the time, I guess. You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Oh, okay, here we go. We got a new line now. Awesome. I got a new line now. Sweet. Audiobooks? Oh, let's go. I can't do audiobooks. I have like really bad ADD. So if I'm like listening to something rather than reading it at my own pace, I absorb none of the information. I absorb absolutely none of the information. Hey, let's go. Thanks, Chimichanga. Where's Bannerlord multiplayer? Crazy ass robot doesn't know how to say multiplayer. We could try that pretty soon. It seems dope. I really liked Bannerlord at the time. I played it when it came out so much. I have like 100 hours in that game. I played the shit out of it. Today probably would have been a good day because I can't imagine this ending of the game is going to take the full stream. But I don't have it installed. I didn't install it. The game itself is already like 100 gigs, so I got to make space first.
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
Obviously. It's because you were helping Morgan Fey.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
But she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge.
Oh! Revenge. It looks like I have no choice but to present that evidence. I can't believe it! She meant to kill Maya. Gotta keep a cool head. Okay, I know what it is now. So I think it's revenge for, well, who though? She has so many people on her shit list. This girl is so mean. I mean, it could be revenge against her sister, who she says is a betrayer. It could be revenge against Phoenix, and it could also be revenge against Mia Fey. There's like 3 people who are pretty good suspects. I'm gonna go Mia.
Objection!
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
I don't know, I don't give a fuck. As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I made a Fist of the North Star reference, so you can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel.
I gotta say, girl, the pain of being convicted for a crime you committed versus the pain of having your little sister murdered, probably not much overlap there. That's probably a pretty distinct Venn diagram, to the point where it's almost just 2 separate circles. I'm in Ben Shapiro's shit list? What the fuck, dude? My own brother? He's gonna fucking frame me for murder next thing I know. He's gonna get in like a suit and he stands on top of his balloon bin so that he's the same height as me. And then he's gonna commit a crime so everybody thinks I dang did it. I didn't expect the dragon in the book to be Chaos Corrupted. Chaos Control? Shadow the Hedgehog? Reanimated Bit, are you reading a Shadow the Hedgehog book? Are you reading a Shadow the Hedgehog book? Maria! I miss Shadow the Hedgehog. I mean, to be fair, he's probably still around. I just haven't played a Sonic game in like 15 years, so...
Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible, was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that? Asking for a friend.
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. It was slightly different. Oh, Chaos Corrupted, I see. I don't know what that means. I know what Chaos Control means, though. It means you hold up the big green stone and then you turn into teleport mode. Dude, you fight the Bio Lizard? God, that game is so fucking good. Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 have no business being as good as they are. I literally don't like any other game in the Sonic franchise. Not a single other game. Except for Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. They're so good. Dude, when you fucking fly into space to fight the big dumb lizard, and you like tag out, that shit's so hype. It never gets old.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me.
Her. That's true. She's got a pretty, like, I I've got to say, Dahlia, while being a pretty vile piece of shit, I do like her gumption. I'm a fan of her gumption and her style. The thing about being so fucking petty, it's pure pettiness. Like, you did a crime and you got caught for it. And so you're mad at the person who caught you. That's just pettiness. That's just pure pettiness. The pettiness to carry that grudge beyond the grave and then come back and murder a random innocent bystander is amazing. I love it. That's so good. That's so good. That's like so many levels of shitbaggery. It's amazing. Urgh.
That night.
If I ever die because of being hit by a car, I'm gonna come back and pop your balloon buddy reanimated bit. The one you make with your stimulus check in the Roomba. Just because it's my ultimate revenge. It's my final strike. And I'm gonna rub my ass cheeks on the floor like a dog and then teleport away. I'll finally go to hell where I belong.
At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world.
Okay, 9:30 p.m. What do we know about that? That's before the bell was rang. Wait, let me check out the weather report. I just want to make sure we got our timelines correct here. 7 to 10. Okay, so it was snowing. 7 to 10:50. And lightning had not started yet. Got it.
At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on my Demon Warden hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
She was, it was confirmed Elise who summoned her. It was 100% Elise who summoned her. Got it. Interesting. So yeah. Elise, yes, okay. So we got this. So Elise, because this is the staff. This is the only staff we've been introduced to, is Elise's staff. According to the note, where is it? As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. So, she intentionally summoned her before this. She had to, because otherwise Pearl would. I see, I got it now.
Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So, it was Elise Donim who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing.
Yo, dude, she's Jelly Jiggler. She's so sick. My wizard's death curse. Yeah, it's true. My wizard's balloon popping magic. I could imagine her secretly being a balloon person. Maybe Sister Bikini knew somehow about my ultimate plan, and she is actually, in fact, a Roomba with a balloon stapled to the top of it. She is actually an inflatable person because the real Sister Bikini is off just like watching SpongeBob in her room or something. She's off on fucking, like, I don't know. She's on, like, some sort of, like, anime binge. She's watching every episode of Naruto back to back.
She left my faith at the inner temple and wobbled back. See? Clutching her old back.
The reason it looks like she's clutching her back is because she stapled the hand down so I wouldn't wave around because it's a balloon.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped.
Damn it, I keep doing this. I keep closing out of my stupid thing. My little chat thing. There we go, I've got it.
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it wouldn't really make any sense if she had no memory of, like, doing the thing, right? That doesn't really add up. You were stabbed?
At the last minute, my fae must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
What? Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stopped early.
It stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was
Maya giving her the death stare.
Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? Dahlia, answer a fucking question, dude. Stop playing with your bacon here, man. Mia will choke a bitch. Yeah, Mia's pretty intense. I don't know where she is during all this, though. You'd think at some point she would be like, "Oh, I've come to save the day," like I do in every fucking case. I guess to be fair, right now she's got nobody she could do that with. Usually you have either like Pearl or Maya here with you, and then when you're about to solve the case and have fun, she's like, "Everybody stand back! I can do this! It's Mia time!" Don't worry, player. You do not have to play the game. It's my job.
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. We're saving. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The files had already... The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge has been fixed and the police have started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cabin and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
Stupid ass Iris. The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cabin was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cabin and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
Yeah, so that makes perfect sense. That's what they were talking about. Last session, we had that part where it's like, what could the possible situation have been where they could have switched places? And it was during the earthquake. So yeah, that makes sense. That does explain it, because Edgeworth passed out from how hype it was. Edgeworth loves earthquakes. If you guys haven't played this game yourselves, basically just something you need to know is Edgeworth just loves earthquakes. And whenever they happen in-game, he pops a huge boner, and all the blood in his entire body rushes into it, so he just passes out on the spot, like, instantly. So yeah, he's just always out cold during earthquakes. It's a weird thing that they decided to put in the game, but yeah. It's been a pretty consistent part of his character.
I had finally learned exactly what happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was...
Yeah.
Mr. Fey, the picture book author.
She's the only one with the staff.
What? Oh, fuck!
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there.
Dude, I just have to really fast. Loss of blood from stab in back. Yeah, okay, so it's not Maya, guaranteed. If you recall during this like long testimony thing where she's like, the one thing she said was like, I don't remember anything afterwards, but I know for sure the last thing I saw before I think I got stabbed was the look of terror in Maya's eyes. So she was face to face. So unless Maya used her big stretch Armstrong arms to reach behind her and stab her, then it was not Maya. It was 100% not Maya.
It was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide, the sin of killing her own mother.
Oog! No way! Phoenix, right? That was a strange reaction, dude. Then again, I can't say I would know how to react. Like, maybe if I had found out that my closest personal friend had killed their own mother against their will because of a ghost spirit invasion, maybe I would also say, oog, no way.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Mr. Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous. For some reason, I thought he was gonna say, really? Like, oh, okay, weird. That's a crazy thing for you to do, Maya. He has toe fingers, dude. This dude straight up has toes for his fingers. It grosses me out. Only on this one hand. The other hand looks kind of fine. This hand, they're absolutely like straight up toes. Those are little piggies for sure. Ridiculous. That's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? I've never heard of evidence.
The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into Eagle River.
Oh my god. Maya, no! That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Wasn't the whole thing that Maya didn't recognize her? Why, how would she know? How would she even know? I also need to check this against something else we have. Yeah, okay, so this is not true. Check it out. Inner Temple, this is where they were. None of this is water. None of the places she could have reached is water. There's a cliff here, so she couldn't get up here to jump off there, like off of the top ropes. Like an epic wrestler with an elbow drop. So the closest she could have gotten to the water is like here. And even then, she would still hit the rocks. So yeah, 100% she didn't throw herself into the river. Which means she never left Inner Temple. Or alternatively, she is the one channeling Dahlia right now. Also possible. Actually, I think that's the only thing that makes sense right now. Yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure there's no other possibility than that she is actually channeling Dahlia right now. I think Dahlia is literally bragging about how smart she is for murdering Maya while she is Maya. While she is inside of her body. That's amazing.
That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever.
Although, I think we still haven't seen Pearl. So maybe Pearl too is possible? Damn it, I wish I could remember. She called me Feeny. Is Pearl still unknown? Did we find Pearl? Did we ever find Pearl? Shit, I don't remember. Maybe it could still be Pearl, I guess.
So what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Ooh! Ooh!
That was very insightful, Mr. Wright. Thank you.
Whose phone is this? This is a Phoenix's phone. This is such a somber melody. It can only belong to the judge. Oops.
Sorry, that's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that?
Godot here. Okay, thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great. What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Ray?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Yeah, she already told us that during the last thing. She's like,
I locked her in there, and I left.
so yeah, Sister Iris isn't there. Which again means that it could only be Maya who is on the stand right now. There's no other possibility. Except for potentially Pearl. I don't remember what the deal with Pearl was. Was Pearl found or was she still missing in action? God damn it. I really needed to like rewatch this VOD. The last VOD before I started this. I should have done that. I should have rewatched the VOD from last week. Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
She did just finish telling us that.
John means the old man. Archbishop Lazarus.
Hey, thanks, dude.
WG bomb, Samus Rage. Quitting John's dog.
Okay, this is too much. Too many things.
Walk, Balo, Tear God, Butterfly. Sucking hologram.
There's too many memes.
47.
Yeah, there were a lot of memes this year if you think about it. Hey, thanks Alula for the 12 months, dude. Appreciate it. I liked your stream the other day, by the way. He was playing, Alula also streams. You guys should check him out if you haven't already. Most people who watch me have probably already seen him, but he was playing Detroit, Become Robots. The game, the David Cage game. I didn't get to see much of it because I was working on my homework at the time, but I was listening to it. It was funny. I like the part where he had to play as a maid robot for like 3 hours. There was this part in that game, like straight up, there's this part in that game where he was just playing as a maid robot and like just doing chores. The game just made him do chores for like 3 hours straight. It was amazing. He was like cleaning the rug and he was like feeding spaghetti and shit like that. It was making me LOL.
I locked her in there just yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be. No! No!
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No.
No! No! Dude, his friends killed herself. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was a fun stream. I liked it.
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end.
Well, that's it. The game is over, everybody. I hope you enjoyed Phoenix Wright 3.
Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Well, that was a good court session. Bailiff, come haul my massive hog out of here in the wheelbarrow. In the judge barrow, as it's known.
It can't be. Ha. It was you. It was God. No, dude, he's being a freak. Oh, I see. It was like optional to all the chores. I liked it. I was a fan.
Try it. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's actually a misquote. That's not the correct quote. I mean, we got the gist of it, but that's not the entire quote. That's a quote from Pee Wee Herman, if you guys didn't know. In the case of the murdered chair. Someone came and killed Cherry. They ripped his fucking jaw open. Ripped his jaw wide the fuck open. It was one of the most gory episodes I've ever seen.
No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River.
The house was still messy when you turned on stream. Yeah, that's the problem with virtual chores, man. It's like when you play a game where your character just gets fucking jacked like Crackdown, and he's like 6'8", 342 pounds of like raging muscle, and you get off the stream and you're like, what the fuck, dude, I'm John, what the hell? This sucks! It should be Crackdown in real life, dude, my newest cartoon.
However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Tri. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. That's true, the Wii Switch ring actually lets you get jacked to real life. I saw a gameplay footage of it, and there was this dude who it looked like he was gonna rip the fucking thing in half. That thing has to be pretty durable, because one of the mini games is literally just like, rip on this fucking piece of plastic as hard as you can and try to pull it asunder, and it's just fine. And there's another one that's like, squish it as hard as you can, and it doesn't crack at the top either. It's a pretty strong little ring, I'm surprised. I expected it to be more like the Joy-Cons, where it would break after like 3 days.
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faith threw herself into the river. Do you have any evidence that refutes his claim?
Yeah, the fucking map, dude. There's no river to throw herself into from there. There's no fucking river to jump into. Dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Dusty Bridge photo. So, yeah, I don't know. I should probably use the topographical map. That's probably more convincing than just the photo. Yeah, look, you can just see that it's just sheer fucking cliffs. It's just all cliffs all the way down.
Take this!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the Inner Temple side. No one knows that better than my toe hands, and also this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. Yeah, see, it's all rocks, guys. I got bad news. It's all rocks all the way down. As you can see, below the cliff on the Inner Temple side is a big rock.
Oh! Oh! You're right. I also enjoy rocks from time to time.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo.
Oh!
Ha!
So you finally figured it out. You... No!
Dude, she would have rock and rolled. Dude, imagine if there's a fucking spin-off for Ace Attorney that's just a music game. How dope that shit would be. It's like basically Ace Attorney, but they're in a metal band this time.
Order! Order!
I mean, obviously, I don't even have to fucking say it, but the judge is obviously the drummer. He's just got 2 gavels. Shit would be tight as hell.
You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Fuck you. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's not the right quote.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. My specialty backbreaker. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Fey's here. You say she's in my courtroom? Habana.
She's here, dude. Dance objection. That would be so fucking pimp, man. I would be so down. They do that for all the, like, shitty Persona games. Why don't you just have a fucking Phoenix Wright dance game? It's so much better. Dude, the songs, too? Just you got Phoenix Wright in horrible CG dancing to the fucking courtroom theme? Oh, that shit would be so good. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, the pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I'm very proud of channeling someone.
This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did, but who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct?
Oh!
It wasn't Pearls that channeled you! There was someone who called you before she could. That's right, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
That's right, pal.
Dude, I would be so happy. It's not, though. It's fucking stupid Maya. It's fucking imbecile Maya, who got her hairs cleared out. Dude, I would be so fucking... Oh my god. I love Ace Attorney music game. It's not real, but I still like it. If it were real, I would buy it instantly. This series has good-ass music, too. Gumshoe getting down with his fucking ragged-ass coat, doing breakdances and shit. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye's gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand attention.
Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey.
What? That's stupid.
But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal.
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself? From me?
Like, the thing is, that is a shockingly smart plan for Maya, but it's also the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Because if Dahlia was more intelligent and she had realized that she was in Maya Fey's body, she literally could have just bashed her head into a rock until she died. And then you lose anyway. Like, that's a high-risk gambit. I mean, it worked out, but she could still do it right now. She could just jump up and stick her neck through that flagpole and be done with it. Victory complete. Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No.
Don't say that. What the fuck was that face? That was a new one.
You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
No, she didn't kill herself. Sorry, but no. Maya thinks you go to hell if you kill yourself. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. Unless, of course, she had mad ups. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the Inner Temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have even given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course. You already know who it is. You already know who it is. God damn it. I'm so sick of Mia. You already knew who. The second you saw that, you knew who the fuck it was. God damn it. I hate her so much. I mean, to be fair, they're not wrong. That was, like, I even said it out loud, I think. The first thing that went through my mind was like, that's a smart plan for Maya. That's kind of like shockingly smart for Maya. But it makes sense if it was Mia. But Mia!
Mia Fey.
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Dude, she was so evil. How, that honestly is rude as fuck. Like, the thing is, Mia already won the court case, right? Like, she already got hers over Dahlia. The least she could have done was just let Dahlia have this one thing. She's already a dead spirit, man. Just let her have the, just let her kill your sister. Fucking rude ass. Just one sister, man. That's all she wanted. And you can't even let her have that? That's just fucking mean.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Ha! You're something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. He does have a fucking Geordie LaForge-ass helmet, dude. He's disgusting. Imagine being in the fucking courtroom and lugging in your fucking big-ass geek goggles. Gotta go through security every day. The security guy probably hates his ass. He's gotta stop and frisk him every fucking day because he sets off the metal detector. Fucking turning around and bumping, knocking people out. Just knocking women out left and right with his big goggles sticking out. Big fucking aluminum goggles.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey.
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did.
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the trading hall. That's when Maya decided that she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. Look at this fucking memo. What? That's ridiculous. I know it's just like a reused asset, but that's so funny. The idea that Maya was like in this precarious life or death situation, so she busted out her typewriter. Dear Mia, I hope this letter finds you well. Fucking perfectly spaced in paragraphs and shit. Sincerely yours, I'm about to be murdered. She asked me what I thought she should do.
She did that? I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. It was an epic fail. Yes, another failure to add to your pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
Well, what do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. That one was fucking so mean when they tricked the big Forrest Gump man into killing himself. That's God knows vision in the courtroom. That fucking Imgur picture. That's stupid. It is true though. It is actually true. He's using all of his impulse to not shoot everybody in the courtroom with his robo arms. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. That one was fun. I did like this one. It was a little dumb, but it was also fun. I just hated that there was no investigation. They just like threw you right in. It was kind of bullshit, but it was cool. The scenario was cool. But you got your hands on a $2 million diamond. But That doesn't sound like a failure, really. After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. She called him an oaf.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me.
Yeah, okay, but that one was a goof.
You said Ingram. That means you've seen Pat Labor? No, I don't actually know what that means. I said Instagram. Or Imgur. I said one of those two. I definitely didn't say in Pat Labor. Close though. Close word. You just finished watching Attack of Season 3? Oh, nice. You finished Season 3, so you're on the final season now, Remix? Remix, the final season, they had an earthquake in Japan, so now the final season is, like, delayed or something. I'm not caught up, so I don't know exactly what's going on, but yeah, they had a bit of an earthquake, and now everything's on hold. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. Yeah, but that's not really a failure for her, because she doesn't give a fuck. Pat Labor Mobile Police. Oh, okay. It's a slice of... Wait, what? It's a slice of life about mech pilots? That's amazing. That sounds actually awesome. That sounds great. As a result, you were sentenced to death. I'm gonna sentence you to death, Remix. For the crime of watching Attack on Titan. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You, with that smug, happy-go-lucky smile on your face.
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey.
Mia Fey!
You spinster.
I was supposed... She's dead. You can't call someone who's dead a spinster. That's just weird. She died before... What? That's not a thing.
I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. Joan of Arc, you spinster. And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True. True that, Home Slice. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around. Stay free, kid. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead. What about it? Oh, this is her.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. Being bodied. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. Wow, that was very poetic, Mia. Thank you. Oh, that's kind of cool. I do actually like slice of life animes. I've always been a fan. I just like character studies in general. I think are interesting. Who is Dahlia? Another Mia sister? No, but you're closer than you might think. She is apparently Pearl's sister. We just had never heard of her before this game. She's Pearl's older sister, who also had a twin sister. It's become very Metal Gear in the last, 5 hours of this game, out of completely nowhere. There's, multiple Pearls now. The Twin Pearl Project.
You're wrong. It can't be. Oh, my head hurts. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Come here, girl. Get out of Maya. Bad, bad Dahlia.
Oh!
Please take off like a rocket ship, please. Oh, she's not taking off like a rocket ship. Eh, yes, yes, baby. It finally happened. All of the jokes about them rumbling and then flying off like rocket ships, it finally happened. Oh, God, this is such a good finale. Oh, thank you, Phoenix Wright. What an amazing experience. God, I love this game so much. I can't believe she actually flew away like a rocket ship. After all this time, it's finally real. It finally came true. Damn, that was pretty crazy. Goo. Maya, you looking like a chipmunk right now. Close your mouth, boy. You got that halitosis.
Nick! Sis!
There she goes. Maya's gone too. She disappeared back to the spirit realm. There's a ghost? Yeah, she's a ghost. She died in the last case. That evil girl. She got executed because she did murder in another case. She was being kind of nasty and she did an evil murder. God, dude, I can't even tell you how fucking happy I am that she actually took off like a fucking rocket ship. That just made my year. That just absolutely made my entire year. I can't remember the first time I even made that gag, but like, the characters in this game just, if you haven't seen it before, they just like weirdly rumble sometimes when there's a big action thing happening. And I always think it would look hilarious if they just shot up like a rocket ship afterwards. And she actually did. She straight up did, and it looked just as funny as I imagined.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes? I was just read.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, no, okay, so they switched places. That was a really confusing cut. So Maya, she was possessing Maya, but now she left. Like, they dragged Maya out of the courtroom by her hair. And now Iris swapped it in. Iris is the twin of Dahlia, who was the evil ghost that was possessing Maya. Is everybody following? Is everybody following this not convoluted plot?
I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an...
What the fuck is Medium Valley? That was never a thing before right now.
Has finally come to an end, it seems.
That was just the soap opera he was watching on his little portable television. It was his K-drama.
It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, it is very fucking stupid, but I'm used to it because it's been in every case. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurain channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Oh, Cold?
I've seen quite a few things in my years on the bench, and in all that time I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first, we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
Anyway, I don't give a fuck anymore. It's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is the final case. It's actually wrapping up, I guess. Weird. I mean, it's like, the thing is, we never actually found out who the killer was, but I guess it doesn't matter? It shouldn't, because it's just a defense, but in every other case, it hasn't ended until we find out who the real killer was. This time, I guess we're just good. I'm fine with that. I mean, that makes sense.
Objection!
Objection! Okay, no, it's not over. He's still going. He's still sipping.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Gatto?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What?
Tried. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony.
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern.
That's not her voice.
Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Video on TikTok of a dude packing nukes. That's so sick, dude. 900k views. Woo! Actually, likes. That's even better than views. Let's be honest, packing 20 nuggets is pretty impressive. What the remix? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, I was looking at the nugget thing and I was on board. What the fuck is this you're talking? TikTok is a strange place. Kids, this is why we don't download TikTok. This is why we only download twitch.tv and you have the parental controls set so that it only shows my stream and nothing else. Actually, if you're under 18, you should not watch my stream in general. It's a bad idea. I talk about gross stuff. This is a adults only stream, really. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise don't need, no, Mr. Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over. This isn't even over. Uninstalled and never talk to her again. Yeah, TikTok is pretty horrible. There's really no point in having it. I used the TikTok, wasn't TikTok also the one that had that fucking, I laugh only because it's so absurd, but it's like the worst thing I've ever seen. There was like this trend on one of the social media services, I think it was TikTok, where people, mostly like white girls, would dress up in like makeup like they were being beaten up or murdered, and it would be Jews going to heaven after being killed in the Holocaust challenge. It was actually the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. It was so fucking funny. Yo, what's up, Mr. Burger? Welcome back. Welcome back to Jews being killed in the Holocaust challenge. It would be like a sad song, and they'd be like up in the pearly gates, and it would just be like text of what they're saying. It was so horrible. It was fucking awful. And it was like a thing. It was not just one person. It was like a trend that multiple people made.
Unless someone is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Mystery.
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney.
Oh, okay. You guys are giving me like weird sexual vibes. There's like a lot of sexual tension in this courtroom right now. I'm not down with it. I'm not vibing with it. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? Here's the thing. I'm like, at this point, I'm like 85% sure that it is Godot who is the murderer, so I'm unclear on why he's doing this. Like, who else could it possibly be at this point? The weirdness with the crime scene was probably the biggest clue. I'll try to see if we have a photo of it. But basically, there was a crime scene that we saw, and like the whole thing was meticulously covered, right? Like it was all shoveled in a giant square around the crime scene, like removing all the evidence. But then there was still Maya written in blood on the stone thing, and like just left there conspicuously. There was evidence left behind. And then when we presented it in the case and said that there was blood on it, Godot was like, well, I didn't know there was blood on that. What? Oh, there was blood on that? I didn't know. And we know that he can't see well because of his visor thing. Like because his eyes were destroyed, he has to wear that visor. And he says he still can't see well. So I'm like 95% sure it's him. I don't know who else it could be. You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through.
I don't really care, Phoenix. We need to find out the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand.
Very well. All right, my face here now.
The doctor one was a fake. Dude, Doctor Who.
But first, we'll take a brief recess.
I remember there was a brief period of like probably 4 years when I was in high school where every girl was obsessed with Doctor Who, with like the David Tennant Doctor Who, and to a very lesser extent that dude who looks like a giraffe who replaced him. To an extent, Giraffo Extreme was also fairly popular. But yeah, the David Tennant Doctor Who, man, he did a number on those girls back then.
We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor...
And I mean, I can't blame him. I'm not gonna say that David Tennant's not a handsome motherfucker, because he is. Handsome and talented. Handsome and multi-talented. I can't say, if I was a girl, I can't say I wouldn't all be over his junk as well. I just note that it was a very prominent cultural piece in my time when I was in high school.
Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Trav, I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
That is true. That's also a big problem I have with this game. But that's more on the like structure of the game rather than the character himself. You've got some nerve.
But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Ding ding. Hey, what's up, Phoenix? Welcome back. Yeah, we're in the final stretch now. We just fucking got Dahlia out of here. We said, get out of here, you dang ghost. You dang stinking ghost. Ding 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 ding. I'm still hoping that there's another twist and like now Dahlia will possess Iris and then kill Maya. Ka-cha! I just want Maya gone, man. I'm sick of her.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. Yeah, they allow smoking basically everywhere in Japan, man. It's crazy. Japanese people never really got the message on smoking. I think the thing is they know, they just don't care, because they actively want to die, because they have to work in Japan, work culture. To be fair, I would also want to die. They work like 19-hour days, and then they go home, and then they like beat their wives, and then they just wake up and do it all again the next day. It sucks, it's not great. They pack in like sardines on their trains to go to work. It's not great, it's not an amazing one.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was a
You're going to prison, Iris. I don't care about your sob story. You tried to aid a murderer. You felt sorry for her, so you helped her cover up a murder? What? No. No, that's not a valid excuse. That's not a good reason. That's like the worst alibi, or like the worst motive in the entire series. At least Jean Armstrong had fucking debt. That dude had to get rid of his... She just felt kind of sorry for her sister. Yeah, that is super true. Japan actually does have a term specifically for working yourself to death. What's up, Equestrian Wyvern? Welcome back. You got here just in time. The final erection. Ba-da-ba-ba. I don't know what that means, but I guess I'm down.
She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had sister.
I was gonna say, yeah, she actually got raised in a pretty normal place. Well, normal is a stretch, but you know what I mean. She at least had, like, familial love in Sister Bikini.
At least I had Sister Bikini, who was like, oh, I should have just read the line. Sorry. Who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about
Are we talking about the same Dahlia? The same Dahlia that was bemoaning being caught when she murdered someone? Okay.
That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping 11 years ago? Yeah, those cops are working themselves to death, man. So was Gumshoe, dude. Gumshoe's a strong man. Think about it. He has to work those crazy Japanese hours, and not only that, he has to subsist exclusively on ramen noodles while being 250 pounds of pure muscle. That can't be easy. His body has to be falling apart.
I wanted to be useful to her in some way.
Guys, you have to understand.
Dahlia was not the monster. It was society who was the monster. She was made this way.
She's like the Omegle Joker. Guys, I'm only racist because people on the internet made fun of me. Like, really? We're trying to run back Dahlia being a horrible person? Okay. I mean, I'm down. Listen, I'm all about second chances and forgiveness, okay? If someone makes a mistake once, that doesn't follow them for the rest of their lives. However, I will make a slight caveat here for multiple murders across the span of several years. Repeat offenses are not great. Repeat offenses generally mean you did not learn your lesson.
But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
Poor Terry. I like Terry. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. What did he keep calling her? He kept calling her like my sweet princess or something, and it turned out he was like 38. That shit was really funny.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean?
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando, who's totally... Guys, he's not Godot, okay? He's a different guy. He just happens to look sort of similar.
I still love when their portraits appear on top of the security guard and it looks like they just have a giant head and tiny body. It's awesome.
After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. So why did you try to help her this time? She killed like 60 people. She's insane. Yeah, that is true. The true monster is the corpos all along. She basically did have a pretty cyberpunk robbery at that time. Her father was like a big corporate man, so she tried to steal a $2 million diamond by faking her own death. It's pretty metal. She was like 14 and she came up with this really intricate plot to rob her father of a diamond. It was pretty badass. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. I have to say though, as far as the criminals in this game go and how smart they are, I still have to say, number one, with a bullet, easily, the smartest criminal in the entire franchise. Luke Adme. His plan was fucking brilliant. I was like, in my mind, after we did that case, I was in the shower and I was just thinking like what he did wrong and what he could have done better. And really, the entire reason his case fell apart was human error that did not involve him. His plan was perfect. If everybody involved was as competent as he would have gotten away with it scot-free. The whole thing rode on the fact that if he hit the security button in the CEO of a security company's office, a security team would run up. And they didn't because Larry Butts was in charge of security. If that had happened, foolproof. He would have gotten away with it scot-free. It was a great plan. Hers were okay, but less so. Hers were a little bit sloppier. There's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise O'Neem, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
Yeah, that's true. Andrews, I was just thinking about that. Andrews also messed it up too. Hers was also a part that he could not have foreseen, like human error that fucked up his plan. He had that photo that he had set up way earlier, and then because she fucked up, she had to move that statue, which then ruined his photo, which then ruined his alibi. It was such a good plan. It was like genius. It was such a great murder. I feel bad for him. I feel like if your murder is that intricate and intelligent, you deserve one. You should get one. You should get one little like, okay, you rascal. You hooligan, Luke. You win this round.
There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed to the inner temple. But
Oh my god.
The path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
We can't just leave the body here. So you gotta do this exactly as I say, got it?
Woo! That part's so sick. I feel like the physics might not be all there on this one, but I thought it was cool, so I liked it.
It was me. I was the one that received the body. The murder weapon had been left in the body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, that is true. The one stupid thing that Luke did was assume that everyone else would be as smart as he was. That is actually a pretty dumb thing to bank on. You have to bank on everybody you meet being a complete idiot, because 9 times out of 10 you'll be right. But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shimachito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
I will say that is like a classic error. It's one of the greatest errors you can make, is assuming that anybody else thinks the way you do. It has led to many a tragedy. Assuming that people think the way you think because you think that way is, it's flawed. It's not very logical. It's not very smart. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rat. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Has a sword hidden inside. Defendant!
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? She's gone. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? No, Mia, he said I have to do it by myself. I want to do it by myself. No, Mia. Get her out of here. Get her out of here. Arasaka D's nuts? Remix, what are you talking about? Remix, what you saying? Mia! How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she learned who Elise Donim really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Godot. Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, that's the only weird part. Every sign points to Godot except for this. Like, how would he know her number? You'd think it would be somebody closer to Iris. It would be fucking sick if it was Bikini the whole time. She actually is Palpatine. That would be god tier, dude. She just did a cannonball into the river and escaped. But still, she's like massive leapt over the rocks and landed straight in the water. I think that just maybe, I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Yay! No Mia! Woo! Let's go.
Deenie, deenie, deenie.
Brockwar lost his Hoopa? Oh no. That's so sad. R.I.P. Hoopa, dude.
Deenie, deenie, deenie.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. She's in a black void! No! Mia, please come back. I miss you now. Listen, I only hate these characters because they're talking to me. As soon as they're out of my, like, line of sight, I don't have any object permanence. So I immediately assume they're gone forever, and I want them back. I miss them. I start missing them pretty much instantly. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. All Bay may say. If I finish Ace Attorney, do I want to play Pixelmon? Yeah, I could do that. I could see myself doing that. I mean, we still have like 3 hours left in the stream, so I can't imagine it's going to be that long. I can't imagine this last part is going to be that long. Hey, what's up, Jimmer is a god? Welcome, dude. You were here for the what was that game called? Renegade Platinum. I miss that Nidoran. He's so good. I need to make him so much stronger. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. I'm not pregnant! Woo!
Tests?
Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that we found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it.
That's the weapon. That. Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. Sorry, I just like to leave a little tension in the middle of my sentences, you know? Really make you hang on every word.
So where are the results? Was it the victim's blood? Or, I hope it wasn't Chris's blood.
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood.
That's not how fucking blood tests work, dude. You just kinda did it? You just kinda did the blood test? What does that mean? What does that mean, Judge? I guess he's just going by blood types. He's like, this is not type O blood, therefore. I don't like that. You probably should have just considered running the whole blood test, Judge. You shouldn't have took it out halfway through its microwave.
Habana.
It might take a minute or 3. Oh god. Oh god, how long is this fucking final trial? I'm honestly kind of surprised it's this long. I was kind of worried because I was like, I don't have anything planned for after this to stream, so I was like, what if this is 10 minutes? What if this is actually like 15 minutes and then it's gonna be over? That would have been pretty bad. I'm really liking this last trial. I think it's fun. I really, really wish it wasn't stupid like summoning shit, but it had to be. It had to be channeling shit because it's been, again, it's been set up. It's like the WrestleMania. It's been set up from the very beginning. It's like, where is Maya's mom? What's the deal with the channeling shit? So it had to all end this way. It had to all culminate in this, but it's slightly disappointing because this is my least favorite part of the games is the channeling stuff. Though, I think as far as it goes, this is pretty fun. I do like this case specifically, even though it does involve channeling stuff. It's still like fairly logical, despite being dumb magic shit.
Now then, let's restart this trial! Woo!
So it wasn't Misty's blood in the dagger. I sure hope it wasn't Chris's blood. Then whose was it? Hopefully not Chris's. Dagger updated. Found stuck in the pine tree. The blood doesn't match the victim's. Okay, gotcha. What was I gonna say? Shit, there was something else I needed to talk about that was like important. But I don't remember. One thing that's interesting is that you would think, and I don't know if this is gonna come up, but you would think that they made such a big deal out of plugging the wound in this case, right? They introduced that concept. It's a real thing, but they introduced the concept and then used it of the wound not spilling much blood until it's removed. So it's interesting that a dagger was used on someone, but there's not much blood around, right? And it wasn't the victims. So there should have been someone out there who was like bleeding all over the fucking place. They were stabbed by a knife, like at least fairly deep, and I don't know. We didn't see any blood at the crime scene. It's interesting. I don't know what it means.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly.
Agreed. Maya is a weak son of a bitch.
Very well. Bring in the last witness.
They cut back on the channeling for a few installments. Oh hell yeah, dude. I have to say that I'm kind of like disappointed by how quick they got rid of Maya's mom. I'm assuming there's gonna be like a big like, oh, here's what was really going on thing, but like what she was doing all those years. It's just so weird that she was gone for such a long stretch of time. And they kept hyping it up like, Maya's mom, she's somewhere out there. And she shows up and just instantly dies. She just instantly dies after saying like a word and they don't even know it's her at the time. It's just super weird. There has to be some reason they're doing this, but I don't know what it could possibly be.
Witness.
Oh, this is Gato.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya,
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Kurain channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donim's murder. Is this correct?
Is there supposed to be no music? There's actually supposed... Okay, there's no music right now.
I didn't see any.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But I... Oh...
He's being mean to her, dude. How old is this fucking game? It's fairly old. They're cleaned up, this version. It was originally for Nintendo DS. So, it was for a fairly old console. This version looks really good, but if you look at like the old version's graphics, ooh, it was pretty rough. The art still looks good, but you could tell it was very limited by the hardware. There's a whole game where the special gimmick is a form of channeling. Oh god. I'm definitely not gonna play that one. I'm definitely not gonna play that one. Nah, I'll still play it eventually.
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witness come out, and you've seen her squeeze the truth out of him. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, I just never played this before. These three are really old. Apparently there's a ton of Phoenix Wright games. I actually didn't know. I only knew of Phoenix Wright for a really long time through the Marvel vs. Capcom 3, where he's a playable character. Apparently it's super popular in Japan because there's like a fuckload of installments. Once Sausage Toast sent me this, he sent me this game gifted on Steam, and I thought this was all of it. I thought there was just 1, 2, and 3, and that was like the entire franchise, but there's apparently a ton of them and like spin-offs and shit too. At the Inner Temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed,
Help me!
then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
That face makes me laugh really hard. It looks like almost borderline deformed. The sad turtle face.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Ha! Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. No, she really doesn't. She kind of looks like she's melting into a turtle creature. I don't know why Maya didn't die, man. She must have escaped. She must have fucking escaped from that cave. She must have dug her way out like Doug Trio. Doug Trios are actually 3 Mayas that are all covered in dirt from escaping the cave. 6 main series games, which got US releases. The Professor Layton crossover. Edgeworth spinoff. What? That's insane. That's crazy. There's also like apparently, I don't know if that's one of the ones you mentioned, but there's like supposedly one that's like 100 years before. It's like a super prequel, or maybe that's not out yet. And there's like one that's in the future, like 10 years in the future or something. It's crazy. There's so much weird Phoenix Wright stuff. Apparently it's very huge in Japan. I was passing through, at least that's what I've heard. I don't know if those are true.
to the prep room. Someone struck me over the head. I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me.
I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. That's what jumps out to me, but I don't know if it's wrong. No, that has to be true. Because remember, we saw the, like, flashback where the evil girl was like, I saw the terror in her eyes. So yeah, she was against the stone lantern. So she was against the stone lantern, looking at the killer. And then I screamed, "Help me," and then something warm splashed over me. Okay. Let's press this first. Someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you?
Oh, well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Maya is really having a hard time. What should I do? Press her harder! Woo! The best option. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone's undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
The spirit that was channeled by Elise Doneen. Dahlia Hawthorne. That can't actually be true, though. What Maya's saying can't actually be true. Because Dahlia recognized her. Dahlia recognized who she was attacking, to the point where she could see her facial expressions and say that she saw terror in her eyes. So Maya is lying, but I don't know why. Maya is a liar. Because Dahlia Hawthorne saw perfectly well. She knew who she was attacking, without a doubt, and she saw her facial, like minute facial expressions on her. The spirit that was channeled by Elise Doneen, Dahlia Hawthorne.
very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
Her brain melted in the cave. It probably did, dude. The 5th installment is like sci-fi. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. And none of them are major jumps in time. The 5th is like techno. Okay, so it must have been like just throughout the series it was getting later in time. That must be what I heard about. I just heard there was like one that's in the future or something. And it's like in like way past these games. Oh, you didn't know this was more than one game? Yeah, there's a couple Ace Attorneys. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy that there's so many Ace Attorney games. I'm down because I love games like this. I love mysteries in general. I like mystery stories. And I like mystery games too, so I'm really down that there's a lot of Ace Attorneys. I'm gonna take a pretty big break between this and the next Ace Attorney game because we played so much over such a short period of time. But we'll definitely play more of these. Okay, so she ended up against the Stone Lantern. What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at that time.
There were also only 2 brain cells. What the fuck? I swear to God, I like looked away from the judge's face, and in my fucking demented mind, in my broken mind, I saw the uncle from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on his face. I don't know why. It like, you know how when you don't see somebody directly, your mind autofills what they look like? My brain autofilled the fucking uncle from Fresh Prince. That was super weird. I feel like I have a somewhat dementia at this point. He does not look any... First of all, the uncle from Fresh Prince is black and 300 pounds heavier. The other thing is that he doesn't look anything like him. It happened to Up in the Butt too. What the fuck? That's crazy, dude. He did. He did. He said he saw Iris as a lizard person for a split second, and I didn't believe him. This is creepy. This is becoming a creepypasta. Can somebody please Photoshop the guy from Fresh Prince's face onto the judge? Just so that everybody can see how much he does not look anything like him. How many have we played? This is the third one. So the pack was the trilogy. It's called the Ace Attorney Trilogy. It's on Steam. It's on Switch as well. It's on sale right now. If any of you are interested in these games, the Switch version I believe is on sale. But yeah, there's three. There's Ace Attorney, there's Justice for All, and there is Trials and Tribulations, which is this one right now. They're all connected though. It's like the same story. It's just individual cases. They're fun. I like them.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? I was gonna make a joke about her having two brain cells rolling around in her mind, but I got cut off by the fact that I saw the fucking Fresh Prince of Bel-Air guy.
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was gonna lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
Oh, that's fucking stupid. Oh, no, that's not odd at all. Yeah, no, that's normal. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
So yeah, when I got hit in the fucking, once time I got ran over my head over by a car, the first thing I thought was to talk about my own name in a Cleveland Brown parody. It's just normal stuff. It's like your life flashing before your eyes. They don't mention that while your life is flashing before your eyes, that song is playing.
I think I screamed, "Help me!" What?
Oh shit, the later games are still DS only? That sucks. I'll probably wait till they get ported. They'll probably get ported eventually. You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? Was it a woman? An adult? A child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought okay, we're gonna ignore that. I thought this person might attack me, anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? What did she scream? My last hope or wait and see? Let's talk about my last hope. Wait a minute, Maya! What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. I don't understand where he's going with this. Why is this weird?
Oh, well, that's like what you do when it happens.
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming for help. Ah!
What is it now? So yeah, I was gonna say, like, I didn't understand where they were going with that. Now it makes sense, but like, I don't know. That's just like not really a thing here. I feel like when people are about to die, especially like girls in movies, they'll always be like, "Help me, ah!" It's not really contingent on there being a last hope around. That's just kind of what people do when they think they're about to fucking die. What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? Digga. Gibbons hang from the trees and climb up and pull their tails and ears for fun. That's awesome, dude. That's fucking dope as hell. I love when they have no fear like that. Monkeys do shit like that. I saw a video of this tiny monkey that like stole food out of a giant orangutan's mouth. Like, you know how the male orangutans are just like absolutely massive with giant arms and like the big giant heads? He just pulls food out of its mouth and starts eating it. And the orangutan just grabs his head and he starts screaming. He's like,
Oh, God! Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. You said earlier that you couldn't see anything because it was dark.
Honest.
A man? Who was this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
I see. We have the stone lantern, so let's just double check. It was not lit on the night of the crime. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Got it. That was a quick one.
Apes together, strong.
It was probably another ape. That's why she's trying to cover for him. She doesn't want him to get fucking arrested for monkey crimes. There was no light, you stupid little oaf. I gotta say, she was pretty quick at thinking on her feet for that one instance where she's like, because of the angle of the light, I could see the further away man, but not my attacker. That was like uncharacteristically smart for Maya. The rest of the lie was very stupid, but that part was nice. That was a good lie. So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer! He stabbed her from behind. Wink. He's the one who killed Elise Donine. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. Dude, you don't have to fuck her. She knows her mother's dead.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, you stupid! On the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What? Huh? Huh?
You guys get where it's going yet? Do you guys figure out who it could be? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. So how did you see the man? Guys, I wonder who the person could have been who she could have seen, even though it was dark. Even though it was dark out, who she could have possibly, like, I don't know, seen or something. It was Larry! She saw him because of his snazzy beret, dude. It's gotta be. I figured it out. I cracked the case. I cracked it wide open.
No!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this!
It just cuts, it literally cuts to him, too.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Nope, it's illegal. He's right. It was John. It was, dude. He saw my big fucking forehead gleaming in the darkness. It was not my fucking mom, Sausage Toes. It was not my mom. Okay? It was Larry. It was confirmed Larry. Larry is fucking dope. He's awesome. I don't know, man. This game has so many good side characters, but Larry might actually be my top favorite. There's just so many great ones, though. Gumshoe, also an amazing choice. He's definitely up there. Francisca's great. They got motherfucking, Old Bag. Lady Old Bag, as she's known. The old woman. There's so many great ones. There's so many classics.
Mr. Tratt's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon! I'm no spoony bottle, have you know?
You must have noticed it too, Tratt. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it.
What did you say?
If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick?
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man.
Ah!
In other words, that would mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person.
despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Gumshoe did it, man. He's so evil. This trial is the first you've ever seen of this game? That's hilarious, because this is the last trial of the last game in the trilogy. The currently ported trilogy to PC.
Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw a real killer under pitch-black conditions?
Objection!
Trad, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
There was one pretty good one. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover for the man that killed her mother.
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
No. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Ha! You talk a good game, Trad, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
I wonder if it's gonna give me a choice, dude.
It was Goosestick Man.
It was, dude. It was the Goosestick Man. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. What is this shit? This is so dumb. Not this. This is actually, like, good. This is ethical lawyering. This is completely in the right. He's super right here. But the game literally, in the last game, made me feel shitty for doing this. In the last game, there was like a moral choice you had to make, where it's like, are you gonna do your job as a lawyer and uphold the traditions of the court in order to find the truth, or are you going to intentionally sandbag and sabotage? And the correct thing to do was to sabotage. Like, what? This is the opposite of what you just taught me, video game.
All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
I mean, I'm glad they're finally doing this, but like, this is a way more ethical way to lawyer, but... Sorry, Godot, it's you, bud. All signs point to Mr. Godot. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
Where? This is... But it can't be!
Ha!
Oh my god.
That was a nice bit of deduction.
Try. I thought he was gonna finally call him by his name as a sign of respect, but nah, he's still doing it.
Dig it.
Sorry, Gato. Sucks to be you, man. It's interesting though, because like he intentionally kept this going. The judge was about to just drop the not guilty. The case was gonna be closed. He's the one who kept this prolonged. Maybe he's got a good mindset too. Maybe he's got a legalistic mindset about it. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Digga. He's wearing Skechers. He's wearing glow-up Skechers. Shrek Skechers that glow as you walk. The little ogre ears.
Order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this?
You know what would have been so funny? That would have been fucking, like, how funny would it be if as soon as they turned the lights off, he just really quickly turned his visor off? I don't know, guys. Right's crazy, man. Nothing happened in the darkness. As soon as they turn the lights back on, he just pops it back on.
Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya,
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
What? Dun, dun, dun. This is what it says. Like, bap, bap, bap.
Witness! Mr. Wright, what the?
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
The moral ambiguity. It's true. Listen, guys, you gotta bend the rules sometimes if you really want to. If you really want to, you need to bend the rules ever so gently to sabotage your own client. It's just how it works.
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right.
I love the fucking judge. He's so nonchalant about everything.
Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but
The killer. Yeah, she saw glow-up Skechers, so she knew it had to be a dude with good taste in fashion.
when I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Yeah, see, this is the part where I first started suspecting Godot. And I already explained why, but I'll run over it again since it's showing it now. Basically, the things you need to know is that this is red, it's blood, and then this thing over here that was on the snowbank was also red. It fell off of the victim. So, basically, there was this crime scene that was very meticulously combed over, and like all the snow was removed. But then the glaringly obvious splatter of blood and this little token were just laying there completely fine. Like completely undisturbed. And then in court, when this thing was brought up, Godot was like, "Hey, check this out, court. Look how cool this is." And they're like, "There's blood all over it." And he's like, "Wait, what? I didn't know that. I didn't know there was blood on it." That was the part that first was like, that was like the smoking gun, basically. That's what put him in the sights.
The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person who did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
Bank, bank, bank.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man.
Oh my god, dude. This is sexism in the video game. Guys, listen. More female murderers, okay? We need to close the gender gap, okay? We need to close the murderer pay gap. Did you know that male murderers get 4 times as much of a prison sentence as female murderers? That's not fair. Women need to be equals too, okay? We need to get true equality in this country and let women also kill to their heart's content. Did you hear recently there was this man who like shot up all these women in a massage parlor? And guess what? He's gonna get like the life sentence. If a woman did it, she would get only 1/4 of that, and that's not fair. That's not okay. That's a pay gap. That's discrimination.
Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
What Maya's doing right now is known as internalized sexism or something. I'm gonna make up a new phrase. It's patriarchal internalized oppression. PIO. She has a serious case of PIO right now, okay? And it's P and Mio, too. Because I'm so forward-thinking in this sense.
when I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor.
Hey, I'm gonna save. Ba, ba, ba. Exactly. Hashtag women murder more men. My hashtag is not caught on yet, but I have the feeling it will soon. Ladies, I want to see you slaying. That's very girl boss if you go out and murder the next white male you see. It's the peak of girl bossitude. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all the snow around the lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. I think this is the thing. I think we gotta press the Osh. Yeah, the thing was found in the garden. But then again, it doesn't specifically mention it was found in the snow. We saw it on the little snowbank, but it doesn't say that on its description, so maybe it's not for this. Let's try pressing. The garden had totally changed, and then we'll move to the next thing about the garden. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit and the body was gone. All the snow had been carefully cleaned. So did he do it? We don't know yet for sure, but it's really looking like he did it. It's very much looking like he did it. But yeah, that just was brought up for the first time, so we're gonna try to prove it. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. But yeah, the thing is, at this point, I don't know who else it could be. He's basically the only possibility. I mean... Like, who else could it be? It could be Sister Bikini. It could be Evil Bikini. Maybe she's in on it after all and she's the Palpatine. Nah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. We know she went to go take her bath. She was out of the equation. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. A shovel is too heavy for you to use?
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah? The area collapsed and ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
I just assumed it was a man. I don't know what evidence to present against this. If that thing she had just said got entered into testimony, that would have been really good. But no. Let's try pressing, I think it was a man. Yeah, Meanie Bikini. Teeny little Meanie Bikini, the sister with the broken spleeny because she drinks too much avokini. That's not a real word. It sounds more like avocado than anything, but I couldn't think of any alcohol that ends in "ini," so I had to make do. I had to make up a new alcoholic substance called avokini, which is not real. I can tell you that. He was showing off his Skechers. Hell yeah, dude. That was the real reason he was doing all that work, just so people could see him working in his new sneaks, his glow-up sneaks. He was moonwalking all over the garden. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes?
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. I'm stuck here. I'm kind of stumped. I don't know what it's expecting me to present against this. Training hall floor. The garden had totally changed. Torches were lit and the bodies were gone. All of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up. Maybe it's the thing. Maybe it's the little pendant. I'm gonna keep pressing first, because I don't want to lose my pips. I guess we'll try the first stage. When I came to, I was lying on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden. Is that right?
Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple...
It could only have been the killer.
That's what I think, too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. The torches were lit?
Yes! That's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
And then her face changes to the cry laughing emoji, and she gets a little thumbs up hand, a little okay hand. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I really don't understand Godot's angle at all right now. It feels like a lot of work for no reason. Because, think about this, right? Like, Godot clearly knew something was up. He was, like, in on the whole plan somehow. Because not only did he show up right when this was happening so he could save her, he also knew to call Iris and be like, yo, time to clean up the body, Holmes. So, like, how? I don't know. Maybe it's not him. Because that doesn't really make any sense. If he knew all of this was going to happen, why was that his plan? That's such a dumb plan. They could have just, like, I don't know. He could have just tied up the killer before she did the channeling shit. If he knew all of this was going to go down, like he knew the whole plan, he could have just gotten Pearl, tied her up, gotten the other girl, tied her up, and then boom, there's no longer any threat. There's no problem. I don't understand. Like, what is his angle? What does he get out of this? The torches were lit and the body was gone. Did we already press this? Torches were lit? Yeah. All the snow had been cleaned up. We already pressed this. I'm just double checking. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? The snow was removed in an unnatural looking shape. There were a lot of shovels, but they're all too heavy. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. Okay, so we tried pressing everything. I guess I just have to start guessing like what I need to show against this. I'm really not sure. I think I'm kind of stumped here. I'll try this thing, because we did find it in the snow. We found it, you could even see it in those flashbacks. We found it lying in the snow, like by itself, and then we just took it out of there. Like it was just lying there, just right next to the snow. I'll try it. No, the thing didn't go away. The little bar didn't go away. That witness's statement is clearly faulty.
No, I don't think so. I'm taking your pips away.
No, he took my pips away. He took my pips away. What is it want from me right now? I just assumed it was a man. The torches were lit and the body was gone. Maybe I can disprove the fact that the torches were lit? Let's try it, I guess. Crime. No, not that crime photo. That one's the fake one. They rescheduled. I don't think we have a photo of the other scene. Found in the pine tree. Found in the pine tree. Dusky Bridge photo. It doesn't help. Let's see what other evidence we have. Was not lit the night of the crime. But that only says the lantern. It only says the lantern. It doesn't say nothing. It doesn't say nothing about no torches. It doesn't say nothing about no torches. I don't know what it wants from me. Moving the body, but what purpose? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. I already pressed everything. She lost consciousness in the garden. That's when the victim was stabbed. Yeah, so the killer carried her into the temple. The garden had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
Well, what? Hiding it for you?
I guess I didn't press this one yet. My bad. I don't think I pressed this statement yet.
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, here we go. I think it was for my sake. Okay, there, we got something now. Let's press this. It was Uncle Phil. It was Uncle Phil, dude. It was Uncle Jimmer. You can't really tie two people up just to let them go and tell everyone? Well, after the fact, like, the thing is, they would have been like, oh, I have to channel the shit, right? They would have tried to channel the thing. They wouldn't have been able to tell anyone anyway, because they were part of this plot. If Pearl had tried to tell somebody, then it would have come out that she was following these evil instructions. I don't know. I don't see how that's... The thing is, like, even if it does backfire, I feel like it's less bad than having to kill somebody, you know? I don't know. Maybe, I guess we'll find out more. It seems weird. It seems like an overreaction to me. To be like, I'm gonna murder this person. I think it was for my sake the cleaner killed up the evidence. I'll suppress this. Maybe he didn't have time. Maybe that's what it's gonna be. They did it for your sake. Maybe he didn't have time to, like, plan anything.
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that had happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If a real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Kurain killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through so much trouble to protect you? You stupid!
Well, I mean, the thing about protecting Maya makes total sense, right? If we're assuming that Godot's the killer, protecting Maya makes total sense, because he cares about Mia. He doesn't give a fuck about Maya. Clearly, he doesn't give a fuck about the person he was trying to pin the murder on, but he cares about Mia, so that would actually check out. But yeah, the whole, I don't know. It's very weird right now. I don't think we have the whole picture. I think it was for my sake. The killer cleaned up the evidence. Yeah, well, what about the giant lantern that says your fucking name on it, Maya? How about that piece of evidence? The body of Elise Donim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh, and what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Gatto. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Ah!
If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Oh, you're right! Oh my god, he's so right! Order, order, order! But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed. Why did he shake his head no and then say indeed? That's a dick move. That's just intentionally confusing. No. It doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior?
Yes, Gatto. You can stop trying to hype up the killer, dude. We know it's you.
He's like, and who was this dashing rogue who came up with this brilliant plan all by himself, might I add? Why would this handsome killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message on the lantern?
The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
It's you, bud. It's you. It's you, my robot friend. I'm disappointed by Gato, man. I really thought he was gonna be like my bro, because he's a You know I have a soft spot for robots. That's just a known fact. I love robots. I thought he was gonna be like my bro. We'd do everything together. Turns out he's a filthy murderer. And not even that good of a prosecutor either. Let's be honest. He dropped every single case against me since he started. He started this job as a prosecutor and proceeded to drop every single case. He lost every time. Mr. Gatto, this is what you said yesterday. He is cool though, I'll give him that. He's a pretty cool dude.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Gatto?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood.
Huh, nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
It's as clean as a whistle. He should have just rolled with it, man. He would have been fine. Mr. Gatto, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. We did?
This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
Oh, that's so cool! What a neat piece of... I totally missed that. I think I completely missed that. I don't remember this. That's super neat. That's super smart. They foreshadowed it all the way back then.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Gatto. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over their apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red.
Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Gatto, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
I thought it was poo. It was poo.
Hey Gramps, didn't you know that the reason I don't drink red tea?
Oh my god, guys, he doesn't drink red tea. He doesn't drink Larry's red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Gatto is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Holy shit! Dude, this is so crazy. Mr. Gatto, the defense at this time formally accuses you. I feel like this would have been kind of cooler if they didn't, like, I don't know, foreshadow it so hard. The thing at Tribulations was really cool. Like, that was subtle enough that it completely went over my head, at least. Now, granted, there are probably people that knew right away because of that. Like, they just remembered that factoid, but yeah, for me, that went completely over my head. But the combination of the red writing on the lantern plus the pendant left in the snow that was also very conspicuously red on the same screen, it really, like, it instantly gave it away. It just instantly gave it away. As soon as we learned to think about him not being able to see, it was like, it's pretty obvious. It would have been, I feel like it would have been a little better if they had been on two separate screens. Like if there had at least been a slide, you know? It still would have been a little weird, but it would have been less obvious. Mr. Gatto, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donim, also known as Miss Misty Fay.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Ha!
Take off your gay glasses. He should have, man. If he had just bothered not bringing these to court this day, if he was like,
Oh, they're up for repair.
it would have been way better for him.
Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, try it.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. right here specifically. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
That was a good rhyme. Well, for example, why did the killer move all the snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he take out just that area? Oh! Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Ha! Maya. Shut up, Maya.
Wait just a minute.
Maya.
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until that old bridge got fixed up.
That's stupid, Maya. He could have just been there the whole time. He could have just been there the whole time. Nobody else was there.
Objection!
Maya, you can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Eek!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you a senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Ha! Nicely done, Tried.
Godot was being a hoe, dude.
Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too.
After the incident, she got snapped. She really snapped, sis. She's spilling the tea right now. What she's doing right now is an ancient ritual known as spilling the tea. Let's save. Maya is an astrology icon, if you ask me. She was the OG astrologist, back before it was cool.
Pearlie was also stuck on the temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone.
That is interesting, right?
The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearlie Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
Ha! The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright.
Let's get this cross-examination started. Ding, bing, 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 after the incident.
Pearlie was also stuck on the temple that night.
Yeah, the Pearl is the wild card here, we're super sure. Because we don't know anything about what was happening with Pearl. Like, from that time all the way till she was found again. She was just kind of out of commission. But we don't know why. We don't know exactly why. Like, if Godot was really there the whole time, she should have seen him. Because she was there, right? She was there, and then she went with Larry to the cabin afterwards. I'm pretty sure that's where we met her again. I think so. I don't remember. I should have watched the VOD.
I should have watched the VOD using the handy Attack of the John archive channel in the bio below that links to all the old single-player playthroughs I've done. It's all uploaded there, conveniently for viewing experience. I could have simply gone and clicked the latest video and liked and subscribed. Rats! How could I be so foolish?
Guys, I was really doing some sneaky self-promotion there. I don't know if you noticed. It was so subtle that it might have gone over your stupid, smooth little brains. It might have just skated straight over the smoothness of the brain.
Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone.
Let's press this. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end.
Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has 2 structures, the training hall and a spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There was a storage shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined the storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if that was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room.
Do we have like a layout thing? We have the temple map. So inner temple is here. It does not show the interior of the inner temple. Okay, not helpful. Not helpful then. Ba, ba, ba. And we only saw like the one room. Yeah, this is tough. That's when Mr. Gutto arrived for the first time. Let's press this. I don't want to see something that's not me, Jimmer plays. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Gatto?
That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Gatto?
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains, I think I'll pass.
So we had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
Ha! You want to say something, Try?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Gutto's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Gatto, he found Pearly first and cheered her right up. I
don't know if we have any evidence that he was there before. I don't think we do. That he was, like, there before. Because Phoenix Wright made a way, like, he pointed out, like, oh, he had never been there, huh? Suspicious. I don't know if that's actually suspicious. I don't remember there being any evidence to the contrary. The one thing I will say that's interesting that I would point out first is try to poke at this a little bit. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Because my first question would be, like, why did he find her first? How did he know where she was? He cheered her up?
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Gatto.
And here I was, thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush.
He is a coffee addict. That much cannot be denied. He has drinking 34 coffees. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one.
The truth is, there aren't many places to look at on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style.
I love the judge so much. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Ooh, these are both really important. Let's look at his investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation on your own. Did you find anything?
It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trash. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Mr. Fay, Natch. Oh, got him! Got him!
We found him, we got him. We got Godot. Hook, line, and sinker. We sunk his battleship, 100%. So basically, if you guys are just joining us, this thing right here that's all covered in barfed, it used to be a portrait of Misty Faye looking very demure in Japanese. She was like, oh, hello. It's like a painting of her. But by the time this happened, by the time the police got over the bridge, it had been splashed to obscure the image. So there's no way that he should know what this painting is if he's never been there. Got him. You're really enjoying my channel? Thanks, Jim Mirza. God, appreciate it, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there, you headed to the prep room?
Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elistonian. So I think this is it. For the first time, I present the gravy against this. Because that directly contradicts what he just said. Yeah, there you go. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
Well, why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
Training hall? Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you don't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. Ooh, nasty.
Judge Style.
I fucking love Judge Style. That was a great line.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there.
Aha! I finally... Oh, this was bothering me so bad. This was bothering me so much at that part where, like, we couldn't use this thing specifically against that thing about, like, cleaning up the crime scene. Like, why is this not the evidence? Why is this possibly not admissible as evidence? It's because it was saving it for this. She's gonna be like,
he could have also known because of the symbol.
But he couldn't see this. But, well, it's gold on red. That's weird. Maybe he could see. Maybe I'm wrong. Where else would this be going, though? But it is gold on red. You have to admit that. Maybe he saw floating dots in the middle of a void.
Look at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark,
then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye.
True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
oh,
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. He had time to plan this, and this was his best plan?
Can I ask you just one little thing, Trad?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
that's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Yes. Where's the evidence for that, though? Digga. Yes, there it is, in the burnt letter, opened once before. I knew it had to do with the letter, but I didn't know if it was connected to this specifically. But yeah, they mentioned that it had been opened beforehand. So here's the thing. If he knew about this plan way beforehand, yeah, I don't know why he did it. That's the thing. He did it ostensibly to prevent Maya from being murdered. There was a person, like basically this game has spirit channeling, and there was an evil murderous spirit who wanted to kill Maya, who was going to kill Maya, because this person had orchestrated it all, Morgan Fay, in her letter. But if he knew that, why was his solution to kill that lady? Shouldn't have his solution just been to get Maya away from there, or to subdue the lady beforehand? If he had been fucking lying in wait there, he could have confronted her on the bridge, for fuck's sake. He had so many chances to not murder. Maybe it was intentional, though. Maybe, like, the thing is, right now it's building up to, like, oh, it's this tragedy, because Godot's such a good dude, but he has to go to jail because he killed a murderer. But maybe he's not as good a dude as we think he is. Because think about it, the whole time he's hated Phoenix Wright so much, right, throughout the entire game. He's really resented Phoenix Wright for just being a male friend of Mia Fey's, of being her protege, that he should have protected her. But who above anybody else would have the most responsibility for Mia Fey to protect her? It would be her own mother. So maybe he actually did do this as just like a petty bit of vengeance. He's like, yes, I can stop this plan on Maya's life, but I can also kill this woman who I hate more than anything because she let my friend die, because she let Mia die. Like, if you consider his warped reality where everybody's responsible for Mia, she would be like the number one person who should be on his chopping block. Like, the number one person he should have a grudge against is the mom. 100%, because she just straight up abandoned her kids and fucked off. Maybe that's what it's going towards. Because otherwise, Godot seems too smart to, like, have such a crude way of dealing with this, you know? There's so many other ways he could have done it. He could have even just cut down the bridge beforehand, and then problem solved. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, also another thing, he could have just gotten rid of the instructions. Like, straight up. He could have just destroyed the instructions, and Pearl would have never found them. Problem solved, before it even started. They had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. Yeah, that's really interesting, right? Like, why would he not just get rid of the instructions? Then there's no problem at all. Gone, reduced to atoms. Yeah, Mia's gone. She got murdered. She's Maya's older sister, and this dude's friend. She was like his understudy. When she was becoming a lawyer, he was tutoring her. And she got murdered super hard. In the first case of the first game, she got murdered. And he's mad about it. He's pissed. You know, they still haven't confirmed that this is the guy, but he looks exactly the same. And he's pissed at Phoenix for no seeming reason. It's very clearly him.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me?
You bet I do.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. I see.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. I see. Godot's a little bit of a scumbag. He's a little bit of a schemer. Maybe there is more to this. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. That also explains why Elise Donim, quote-unquote, rolled up at all to begin with her little sword cane. She was there because he was like, yo, roll up. We're going to fucking go stop this evil plot.
Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again!
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
I don't give a fuck.
Who's Pearl? It's Maya's little cousin.
Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Oh my god, it was all a metaphor for his hidden darkness deep inside. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped. on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness?
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Gatto? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Yeah, it was kinda obvious. Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Gatto. For the same reason, huh? Morgan and Misty Faye, yeah, those are sisters. Those two are sisters. They're like the last generation of the Faye family. Pearl and Maya are the new generation. They're the kids of those two. Pearl is Morgan's kid, and Maya and Mia were Misty's kid.
Okay, Trat, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Faye is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Faye together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Faye's life is so precious to use. After all, she is Mia Faye's only sister.
Mia Faye.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Gatto is a defense attorney?
With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Gatto. His real name is
Diego Armando.
Isn't that right?
No, actually, my name is Jeff Billiamton. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando? That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. He's got his MF bowling ball, dude, at the ready. He's so godlike. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Faye's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound on her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. Guys, who could it be? Who could he be? It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Oh, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Yeah, Judge, you're right. They need to do the reveal. They need to do the Darth Vader taking the fucking mask off. And then it turns out he has fucking snail eyes that are wiggling around on stalks because of the poisoning. Nah, he's not the Gatto we were all waiting for. It's tragic, man. He's named after that because he thinks Maya was waiting for him the whole time. Or sorry, Mia. But he was too late. He never showed up, just like the story. Oh, fuck, I just spoiled the story. Guys, Editor, put a big. You guys are just gonna hear a big bleep listening to this live or in the recording. There's just gonna be a big bleep over where I spoiled the story waiting for Godot.
Right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming.
You have no eyes, idiot. No shit, you didn't see it coming.
Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I couldn't even say words good no more. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
No shit, Maya, thank you. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained. No, really, was it terrible, Maya? That I lost my sight and got poisoned? No, Maya, I want you to answer this question. Why did you just interject with that stupid shit? Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
That's so stupid. That's amazing. But that's so dumb, but that's so good. That's so perfect for his character. Like, what a fucking idiotic thing, but how amazing is that for him? That's so good. Yeah, it's true. That has not been long enough to spoil it. They're doing a Waiting for Godot remake, which is going to be 8 parts made by Square Enix. So I've spoiled it for all the people who are experiencing it for the first time.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
That's the weirdest thing about this Final Fantasy VII remake is, like, I'm genuinely scared of spoiling Final Fantasy VII now. I played that game for the first time like a year ago, and it's like a 20-year-old game. It's like 20 years plus old. And now I'm afraid of spoiling it again, because there are people who are genuinely experiencing it for the first time.
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Maya Fey was dead. Mia Fey, I'm sorry, I keep getting them confused. They're just too similar. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne.
That must have been pretty satisfying for him to see what happened in court today, then.
Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For some reason, I thought it was the judge talking, even though it clearly showed Maya.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
That's none of your goddamn business, Track.
Huh?
Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. He was just jealous. He was just jealous. He thought Phoenix Wright was poking her on the side, and he was jealous. There's no logical thread that connects Phoenix Wright being a random dude who works for this woman, and somehow he's her protector. He's like her knight in shining armor that had to protect her at all times. There's no logical connection there, unless he thought they were more deeply connected than they were. Unless he thought that they were in a relationship.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia.
That's so sad. Yeah, Maya's always cutting in with the most fucking insightful commentary, man. She really cuts to the heart of the matter. She knows what's going down. She turns to the audience and says,
Cry! It's sad!
1 year ago, when the Kurain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fay was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about it.
That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense, I guess. But then why didn't you just do that? I still like Judge Style too.
Judge Style.
God. This game, like, the localization is so fantastic. It's one of the reasons I'm scared to play the games that are like fan translated, fan localized, because they actually have a killer localization team on these games. Like, one of the best I've seen, straight up. I'm not saying the writing of the original game is probably bad, I'm just saying that it's extremely challenging, especially to do like comedy and translate that from another language and have it work. It's a skill, it's not easy. Like, half the jokes probably don't actually make any sense in English, it's just translated well. They just make them into different jokes. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Like, let's be honest, this dude is probably not actually a Mexican guy in the original game. His name is probably like fucking Kyoto Tokyo, or he's like a Japanese dude. But they translate it to be relatable American stuff. He's got dark skin, so he's Mexican. You see how it works? It makes him more relatable. It makes him more relatable to the Western audience.
I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially? What? What the fuck? I don't get it.
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kurain had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence.
Okay, that makes so much more sense. Thank you for tying this up. I'm really glad. Dude, that was one of the things that was driving me the most insane about this case's writing, was the fact that they established that the channeling families are supposedly wildly influential, like controlling the world's politics level. And then somehow this one failed court case had completely thrown them out of favor and she had to go into hiding. That made absolutely no sense, given the new information they provided. But apparently she was still working with them, just unofficially. That makes sense. That makes total sense.
The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Dude, Edgeworth knew the whole time. What a dick. Edgeworth knew the whole time that Maya's mom was alive and she just let her believe he was dead.
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. I mean, not enough to visit or give you presents or call or even indirectly contact you, but I mean, she gave you some thoughts, I guess, thoughts and prayers.
She was always.
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you.
The fifth game, the Japanese devs dealt them a really bad hand and they still made it work. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, the localization in this game is super, super good. I hope if they localize more, they stick with the same staff, because, yeah, they killed it. They knocked it out of the park, really. Who was murdered? The one who was murdered was Maya's mom. The one they're talking about right now. She was the one who was murdered. She was channeling the spirit of evil girl for reasons that are right now unknown, and then Gutto murdered her, clearly. So yeah, I don't know, like, his plan seems like really stupid, but there must be more to it.
If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go.
That's fucked up, honestly. Jesus Christ. She was straight up willing to kill Pearl.
That's super fucked up. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother! Mother!
I was murdered by Lizard Iris. Oh, hell yeah, dude.
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
No, you didn't! All you had to do was lock her in a fucking box. Literally, all you had to do was put her in a burlap sack. And you're done. You've stopped the murder. You can let her out in the morning. It's fine. Put her in a sack, throw her into that cell, lock it, and then cut it open with a little spear on a little knife on a stick. And then you got Dahlia Hawthorne caught like a rat in a cage. She has two choices. Either she could wait until some people show up to deal with her, or she could just fuck off. Problem solved. None of this had to happen. I don't understand. I thought it was gonna be kind of cool if he would be like, I double-crossed Elise because I hated her because she didn't protect Mia. But no, straight up, he's just an idiot. He's just really dumb. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? I don't remember her voice. Well, if you'd like, you could come to my room. Perhaps we could read some books together. She's Mia's mom, so she sounds like Mia. Miyazaki, that is.
We thought we could prevent her from playing a part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Mr. Fay had to do the channeling herself.
Dude, this is the dumbest shit. This makes no sense. If you think about this for 2 seconds, it makes no sense. Even if you don't want to, like I don't want to kidnap Pearl because she's just a little kid and you don't want to traumatize her, right? That's totally fine. It's stupid, but it's reasonable. Like, it's a moral thing to do. It's not a smart thing to do, but it's an ethical thing to do. So what you could have done instead is just climb into a fucking box, have Godot put a padlock on it, and then do the channeling. You're done. You've done it. Like, the fact that he had Elise at his disposal to work with him, and this was still the best outcome, is so ridiculous.
She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As master of Kurain, Mr. Fay's power was supreme. So that's how it went down.
Who kidnapped her? Traumatized me. It was the fucking Sith warriors, dude. It was that guy in Bloodborne with the big sack. Gumshoe kidnapped me. He thought I was a ramen noodle and he tried to slurp me down.
So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fay wouldn't be able to.
This is so weird. Like, this case was so good, and then this is just taking a turn, man. Unless he's lying, I'm hoping he's lying to protect himself. And that we actually have to crack him.
Ow! Ah!
Like, he seemed like a smarter guy than this. Like, he'd be able to like, if he, I was saying it earlier, but like, if he didn't have time, if he found out about this plan last minute, and he had to just like, I roll up, I see something going down, I have a split second to stop it, it makes total sense. But like, he apparently had all the time in the world to plan this shit, and this was his plan? His plan hinged, like, we were talking about Luke earlier, right? Like, how his mistake was relying on humans to be smart. Their plan relied on a 3-year-old girl to not do something dumb. It relied on Pearl to not let her emotions guide her when she's fucking 6 years old. It's the worst plan I've ever heard.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt my Fay. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Godot.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Try it.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only 2 possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
I love coffee.
To be fair, let's be honest. This dude did get poisoned into a coma for like 12 years, so I'm just gonna say he probably has like an IQ of 65 right now. So it makes sense. Like, I'm not gonna blame him too much. I'm not gonna blame him too much considering he was brain dead for like half a decade. It's probably pretty rough. That's probably some brain fog you gotta work through.
Well, try it. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya,
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Gatto. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick,
I don't give a fuck. It doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
I feel like this just would have been a lot like cleaner and would have made a lot more sense if there was an angle, right? Like if Godot actually had an angle. Like, yes, he was protecting Maya, but he also could have solved it a better way and chose to be a scumbag, at least a little bit, you know? Like, this is just super weird. It's super strange. I get what they're going for, though. It's sad because he was just doing something heroic, but it was just really, like, dumb, as well as heroic. I guess I could describe Godot as dumb and heroic, if there were 2 adjectives to describe him, and cool. So if there were 3 adjectives to describe him, it would be dumb, heroic, and cool, and also awesome, and drinking coffee. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
But he did a judge stool. He did, dude.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it would have been kind of cool if it turned out that he was actually out to kill the mom. That would have been pretty neat. The fact that there were 2 adults working on this problem together, and that was their best solution, was fucking pathetic. They had 2 bodies on the ground, too. They could have had Godot dealing with Pearl, and then they could have had the Elise at the ready in a secure location in case she needed to kill, to channel Dahlia. The time of the murder.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ha! Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Mr. Fay? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
You know, it's still possible that they're holding out a twist. Because it could go from like the dumbest plan to an absolute masterstroke. Think about this. What if his real plan was always for this to go wrong? The mom just wasn't in on it. Like, he wanted this to go wrong because then he knows that she'll channel Dahlia and he can finally get revenge on Dahlia for killing Mia. So like, even if he didn't care about the mom, which he could have if he thought she was responsible for protecting Mia, he would still get revenge on Dahlia. But if he was still like angry at the mom for not protecting Mia, then it's a twofer. He gets to murder the spirit of Dahlia and the physical body of the mom. The 2 people that he would resent the most in the entire world, he takes out with one fell swoop. That would be a fucking genius plan. That would go from like 0 IQ to like 800 IQ in a second. Because let's be honest, this dude doesn't give a fuck. Like, he said it himself. Everything he cares about is gone. So he doesn't care if he gets caught. He just would want the revenge. Let's just start at the beginning, I guess. I saw some red lights, 3 of them. Well, we know what this is, so might as well. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you could make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Gatto's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but let's press harder. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. What about Morgan? Oh, Morgan, she's in jail. She's already dealt with. She's already on death row. Like, she was convicted of a murder in the second game. She was the killer in a case in the second game, so she's already out of the picture. She just wanted to kill Maya. The only reason Morgan wanted to kill Maya is because she's obsessed with power and status for her family. Like, if she kills Maya, then Pearl becomes the new head of the technique of this, like, famous channeling school. So if she kills Maya, then Pearl will get all this prestige and fame. So, like, her family will all of a sudden be very powerful. But it wasn't like super personal for her. It was just mostly about status and prestige. Dahlia was all personal. Dahlia's was all ego. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Gatto's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, it was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
All right then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red light?
I thought I'd ask for help, but I was splattered with blood. Blood! Every game is connected? Yes, but not every case is connected. This is just part of like an overall narrative that spanned the 3 games, but not every case is connected. Most of the cases are basically their own separate thing. There are ones that are connected to the overlying story, but for the most part, they're kind of, you could just do them one at a time if you wanted to out of order, and you'd still know most of what's happening. It's better to play them in order, obviously, but they're fairly disconnected usually. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back. Oh, here we go. This is something. Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But
Alright, we're saving. We're saving again. Oh, interesting. Games 4 to 6 are less of a trilogy. Weird. Yeah, these ones are... I do like the... They are in literal episodes, like it's episode 1, episode 2, blah blah blah, based on the cases, but I do enjoy the episodic nature of this game a lot. Like, it's great for like the once a week time slot thing. They are very much kind of self-contained, for the most part. There are cases that super hard link up, like this one, the DL6 incident. Those are the 2 big, like, overarching narratives that have gone throughout the games, but for the most part, they're fairly self-contained mysteries. It's like a crime TV show. It's like if you watch Columbo, right? Like, you don't need to watch every episode of Columbo to know what's happening. It just helps. Suddenly, the red lights were out and the whole area was dragged. They went out.
yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
If the red lights were coming from Gatto's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight,
Maybe the mask was damaged.
or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right track.
Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then? Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so.
Aha!
I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
I see where they're going with this now.
What?
This is a fucking... That's so cool. This is a parallel to the first game. This is 100% a parallel to the first game. In the first game, there was like this bigwig prosecutor that you had to like square off against. And at the very end, spoiler alert, if you haven't played Phoenix Wright 1, mute the stream for like the next minute and a half. At the very end of the case, it turns out that like he was directly physically involved and he was wounded during the confrontation. And so the big thing was like, show us your fucking body and prove that it wasn't you. And he's like, okay, fine, look, here's the thing, I did it. Done. So it's gonna happen again. It's gonna be a parallel.
So then the scream came from the killer, huh?
That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. Oh shit, I should have been paying attention. Is there a contradiction? Yes, there is a contradiction. Because the murder victim was stabbed in the back. So if she had taken the blade and attacked him, and then he got it and stabbed her, the wound would have been in the front, not the back. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
I love the judge so much. Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. Oh, that too. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Ah! Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. I said, oh, that too, as though I knew. That went over my head completely. I didn't remember the order she told the story in at all. She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If only we had like some sort of small bladed weapon that was stabbed into a pine tree right next to the crime scene.
If you're so sure about that, don't keep us waiting any longer, Tried.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection! Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. Doesn't mean that I was wounded. Oh shit! Oh guys, I didn't mean to say that. Oh fuck!
That would be amazing if that was the way he fucking outed himself. God damn, I wish. The game would never stoop that low, but it would be fucking hilarious.
For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
And since we know that the lights went out, I've got a good feeling as to where that wound is. Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Gatto, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Track.
Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Judge style. Guys, if you murder somebody, as long as it's judge style, you're okay. Is it not self-defense? Yeah, see, that's the weird thing. There's this weird gray area that I was hoping would be explained by intent, right? Like, that's what I was talking about earlier, where I think this would be a more solid case if he had a selfish angle to it. If there was, like, I could have prevented this another way, I chose to do it via murder, I feel like this would be a lot more of a open and closed case. There's a lot of gray area here, especially since we're dealing with literal supernatural elements. It seems hard to write this off as a guilty on a murder verdict. However, I will say that it's not really self-defense, considering he stabbed her through the back, right? Like, immediately. he was saving somebody else, though. Like, she was about to murder Maya, so... I don't know. I feel like this is kind of strange. If there's not some selfish angle. What the fuck, dude? My laptop's turning off. No! Yo, my laptop's geeking, dude. My laptop's geeking. Hang on, I gotta get emergency chat open. I gotta get the emergency chat room open. This is actually the theme, the music of the chat just closed by itself, and now I'm fucked.
Ha! Let me ask you something, Track. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me.
I mean, honestly, I would have said no if you had asked me this, like, I don't know, a day ago? A case ago? But now, after hearing how stupid your plan was for stopping this murder, I absolutely think you're that stupid.
This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes! What does that prove?
I mean, let's be honest, he also probably wants to get caught. He's the one who prolonged this in the first place.
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
It can't be.
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Track. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
Well, then let's test it then. Let's get the blood tested then.
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness. Continue your testing.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
But Maya?
That this dagger, you said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Oh, Maya. Thank you. I mean, greatly appreciated, but you kind of fucked over Godot. Maya, maybe he just changed his clothes? That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the Inner Temple side got trapped there.
Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the Inner Temple, Mr. Gatto was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
I think that was Maya talking, but I don't care. Let's just say it was the judge.
Act! Yak!
Oh, okay, it's still life in prison for self-defense and accidental death. That sucks. But, well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Oh, did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? To be fair, like, I'm guessing since the lights went out during this, before she heard the scream, I'm guessing that the wound is on his face. It's underneath the mask. But even so, it is a good point that there should be blood on his clothes, because think about what he's had to do so far. He has to have run a woman through, down to the hilt of a blade, just like completely stabbed her, straight through the back, straight out the stomach. No blood got on him during that, which again, you could explain by being plugged up, right? But then he got attacked in the face, and then still no blood on his clothes? Like, it rules out attacks anywhere else, right? Like, if there was an attack on his hand, you'd see it. If there was one on his body, there'd be rips in his clothes and blood. But even if he was attacked in the face, there should still be blood. Somewhere on him, you know? Unless he was real damn careful. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. So maybe they do have something here. Maybe there's something I'm overlooking. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
That's impossible, Trat. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Ah!
Ha! So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
If Mia Fey were here.
So come on, Trat. Can you do it or not?
Yeah, I feel like that's the other thing that Godot's doing. Less so in the actual, like, words he says, but it's kind of the subtext of it, right? It's like, he's also just kind of trying to finish Mia's work in making Phoenix a good defense attorney. Because she died while he was her protege, right? So he has this whole philosophy about responsibility and, you know, finishing what you set out to do. So it would make sense that he would want to finish the work that she never got to finish. He wants to, like, finally let Phoenix Wright blossom as an attorney. He wants to be, like, the final stepping stone to greatness for Phoenix.
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Gatto of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have to save. I can't save. I hope I saved recently, I don't remember. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. Oh, good, I can save now. Save. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you wanted.
Ha! That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty?
Oh, no! Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Gatto? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
You give me a break. You've got nothing, Track.
He's aiming at Gatto naked.
Oh, yeah, baby.
You can't ever see what he's doing under those robes, to be fair. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothes.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. Okay, yeah, no, I got it. It is the face.
What did you say?
Hidden?
On the inside of his asshole, of course. This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line. The final stop, Track. Let's hear what you got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid the wound?
What? Oh, in the evidence? Uh-oh. I don't know what I can show with it. It's not underneath Iris's hood, I know that much. Oh no, maybe I'm wrong about it. I have no idea where they're going with this. I love music so much, it's so good. I guess just his profile. I'm gonna go for it. Potential game over here.
Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Track?
What? Yo, she was a fucking ghost thing, dude. She was a ghost thing. Dude, there should be an absolute finisher move. The ghost of Mia and Phoenix Wright both grab one of his arms and then just fucking rip him in half in the courtroom. And then they touch their fingers together and do the fusion dance. And then they do the Fortnite dance on top of his body. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. It's like with their little Potemko earrings or whatever the hell they're called.
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. She's emerging, dude. She took over. That's the scary part, is she's a parasite in Phoenix Wright's brain. She's living inside of his own head. She took over his mind. That's why he likes Maya so much out of nowhere. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Gatto, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved.
I got this stagger wound at a Chuck E. Cheese. Ah!
Yes? Show us the face, please.
No, he still doesn't show the face. Show us the Darth Vader! God damn.
Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die.
Interesting. I never thought he was the type to have a grudge against Phoenix for that first thing. I thought it was more so not, like letting her die. But he's never mentioned it till now, so I guess it wasn't a big part of it.
But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Gatto.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was myself. Yeah, it was me.
You, yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I mean, except kind of her mom, considering her mom was alive the entire time and just abandoned her own children. And, led Mia on the mad search that eventually led to her death. There was a direct cause and effect there between the mom leaving and her dying. But basically no one else, though. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
Well, what do you mean? He's hating Christensen. Waka B, I'm gonna sell 6,000 of your consoles. Waka B boy console. Owned. Gotcha, Waka B. He's crying, guys. He's crying. He's 100% crying after that sick burn. He was the lead investor in the Soldier Boy console, so you know that shit stung. You know that shit stung when I dragged him, when I hectored him in the public square.
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. So he had to salvage his broken soul by protecting Maya, which is why he let her walk into a dangerous situation. What? I'm so confused. You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya. Wouldn't Mia knowing that her own mother was murdered also kind of hurt her a lot?
Was it really for Maya's sake?
Even I'm not. No, it clearly wasn't, but that's not what we're talking about here.
Even I'm not really sure.
Well, what do you mean by that?
At night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect my Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen... Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, okay, that makes total sense. Got it. That makes perfect sense. That's what I was thinking about. Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? So that's the difference. That's when it becomes clear-cut murder.
That's when it goes from like maybe really, really idiotic self-defense to I wanted to kill Dahlia Hawthorne. I wanted revenge. That's when it crosses the line to yes, you need to go to jail because you're guilty of murder. Yeah, Anakin fucking despises sand. Good call, Wakabi. That's so true. That's actually true as fuck. He hates sand almost as much as Godot hates Dahlia Hawthorne.
Could it have simply been a desire for revenge?
Because, like I mentioned earlier, there were so many solutions to this problem that did not involve killing anybody. That just involved destroying the letter, or even, having the other lady channel Dahlia from a safe location. It's so clear that it couldn't have been an accident. It's clearly that he was really doing it for revenge. Like, it was not as selfless as he makes it out. It's not even as selfless as for the woman he loves. It was just for him.
And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from me as death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people.
Aw, that's so cute.
In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godot.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
I don't believe in him. Oh, he's crying tears of blood, dude.
Thanks.
Nah, the thing is, like, I'm glad they finally addressed it because that would have been a pretty big plot hole. That would have been actually like a pretty massive plot hole. If they had done the whole song and dance about like, oh, I was just protecting Maya. I'm such a good guy. There would have been a huge plot hole. There were so many ways to save Maya that did not involve this. I'm really, really glad they finally addressed that. That was bugging me so badly. I know I harped on and on about it like an asshole, but it was really bothering me.
Thanks.
Your wound. It's bleeding, B.
Ha! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
That's great. That's so good. That's so good. That was really good. They brought it back. They brought it full circle. The lawyer can only cry when it's all over.
Well, you're going to jail now. Time to get executed, bitch. This time it really is all over, isn't it?
Guys, it really is all over for the stream, too, because we're done with Phoenix Wright for the foreseeable future. Until they fucking localize all those more recent games and bring them to Steam.
Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor.
although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you
Apologize? To me? For what?
for the case 5 years ago. Of course.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean? Yeah, that makes total sense. That makes total sense. They were pulling a Freaky Friday all the way back then, too. Because, that's something else that was interesting, was like they were slowly revealing that this sister Iris was involved in like all of the other capers that her sister was involved in, except for this one. Very explicitly except for this one. So that makes total sense.
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, so she was filling in. I knew it. It was John. No, the stream's not over, but the game is about to be over. The game is about to be over, and Phoenix Wright is going to be done for a long time. We're not going to be able to come back to this game for quite a while. Maybe I could just, like, emulate the more recent ones that are localized already, but I don't know. I kind of feel like I should wait for a proper port like this, just so there's the most, you know, quality possible. We only met twice.
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of the Sparrow Courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later.
Yep.
You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
No, that was me. But those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Yeah, because the other thing, too, that was never explained, like, it was trying to lead you really hard at the beginning of this case. And this would have been another plot hole, too. I just wasn't thinking about it, because it's been so long since then, since we streamed that. But this would have been a huge plot hole. At the beginning of the case, Iris recognizes you, and it's trying to make you think it's Dahlia, like she's channeling Dahlia the whole time. But when we realized that she wasn't Dahlia at all, like she was just Iris the whole time, it raises the question, why does Iris know who Phoenix Wright is? Like, why is she, like, shocked immediately upon seeing him? You could argue maybe she knew about the case where her sister was, like, did the stuff with the cold medicine, but even then, that seems kind of weird that she would remember his face all those years later. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
That's fucking... I don't want to use the C word, but that's cringy. You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
You know what? The funny thing is that, if they were a couple, that would be still less fucked up. Their, relationship built on lies and her sister trying to murder him would still be less fucked up than if, he got together with Maya. It would still be less creepy or weird.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at the moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul.
Any more sins on her soul?
I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that.
But did he not, like, fall for Iris? He did, but under, like, horrible, horrible false pretenses. Like, she was essentially with him to steal something from him. It's still really fucked up. It's just, it's less fucked up than the other alternative with Maya.
8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you.
They have Android releases? Yeah, I do have an Android phone, but so maybe I could try to get some stuff installed on that.
Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side...
Okay, guilty. You're sentenced to life in prison. Goodbye, Iris.
My feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too. Get fucked. You tried to steal shit from me for 8 months and lied to me. I do not want to see you ever again.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Aw, he's so sweet. What a nice guy. Phoenix is a stand-up guy, man. My first reaction would have been, you did what? You, for 8 months? For 8 months you were lying to me and trying to steal my shit? What?
Thank you. Goodbye.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Gulp. Darkness. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
Yeah, there you go. That was another thing that was probably going to happen was the, I mentioned it earlier, I thought he was going to do it. The, I respect you now, so I'm going to stop calling you a stupid nickname. Yeah, I think you're right. I hope he spits it out because it's too bitter. Oh, that would have been a funny gag.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dohnine. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty!
Woo! We finished the last case. Oh, I'm kind of sad, but also happy because that was a cool case.
Court is now adjourned.
Into prison she goes. Bye-bye. It's true. She's going to jail.
You'll wait for me, won't you, Phoenix? I'm only in jail for 15 years.
Man, I got like this thing. I got like a meeting that day. I mean, hit me up for sure. Like, send me a text when you get out. But, ooh, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready for a relationship yet. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? Yes. The man who risked his life to save Maya. He did not risk it to save Maya. He did it for his own vengeance. Is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. I feel like this game should have been called Justice for All. The other one should have been called Trials and Tribulations. Who's the defendant? It was her. It was Iris. She's the one who was not guilty. She was initially thought to be the likely guilty party because the other nun at the temple saw her transporting the body. Like they mentioned, she was working with Godot to move the body, so somebody saw her in the courtyard, like pulling the fake sword into her, the fake murder weapon into her. So they thought they saw her murdering her. They thought they saw Iris murdering the victim. But what they really saw was her fucking with the crime scene. So she was initially, like, caught red-handed, an eyewitness saw it. It seemed open and closed. But we learned later it was all just part of an elaborate setup. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. Aww. That was really great. That was such a great wrap-up to the trilogy. That was such a great, like, I don't know, bow end on it. It was really nice. That was super, super good. I like that last case a lot. I was really mad for a brief segment there. Like, for about an hour, I was really mad about the Armando thing, like how stupid his plan was, but it makes total sense if you look at it from the angle as though he was consumed by vengeance, which it really seems like he was. It seems like that dude had a lot of darkness in him. And not just because of the really obvious metaphor they used with the dark coffee, but like he was a fucked up dude because of everything that happened to him. So it's good that he also got closure. Like, he got closure, he accomplished everything he set out to do. He's fine that he's being sent to his death. That's great. Phoenix Wright finally learned that his job as a lawyer is to pursue the truth to the bitter end. To do his job as a defense attorney means to defend his defendant to the best of his capability, no matter what the outcome. That's a lesson that he needed to learn for a long time, and he finally learned it. So yeah, it kind of just, it's really nice. It wrapped up everything quite nicely. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What do it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Bring! Nick!
Maya.
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook.
Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. It should have been called Justice for All! It should have been, this one should have been called Justice for All. The second game should have been Trials and Tribulations. I bet when the localizers were reading the script, like this final case, they were like, fuck! God damn it, we already used the title Justice for All. But
Come on! Cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after your fucking mother died before your very eyes? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch. Francisca!
Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright.
Excellent work, right?
Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. He was doing the face. He was doing the Edgeworth face again. They should send all the dead people into prison. They should, dude. Dead people have gotten away with too much. That's what they did in Dark Souls, and it worked out great. The Undead Asylum was literally dead guy prison. It was fucking awesome. There were giant evil rats there. No, there was like little tiny evil rats there. And big demons with big butts. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you? That sounds very out of character.
I know. If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial.
Look at my egg shoulders.
The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow! But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Don't make that face, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca.
I don't suppose. Oh, please be a Gumshoe.
I don't suppose.
No, it's Larry. Well, I'm glad it's Larry, but I got it wrong.
There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Yeah, he's back. Oh, I'm so glad Larry's back. I just thought Gumshoe would fit better at the moment.
Oh, Larry!
What's with the, longer than usual face?
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once.
That's not true. Yeah, Maya knows.
That's not true. Right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? Have I got a place in this world?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good.
No. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me?
Why are you making that face? Huh, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well too?
Wait, I'm saving because it might make me do the thing where I have to show a thing to him.
Ouch! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crown. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised. You're gonna model for my next picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Oh, don't get carried away.
Oh, he's so happy now.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Ah.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly!
What's the matter, Edgeworth?
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person Maya is trying her best not to cry.
Yeah, it's Pearl, dude. Remember, Pearl's own mom betrayed her, basically. Well, the mom betrayed Maya, technically, but it was for Pearl's sake that the mom did the fucked up shit she did. But she tried to literally kill Pearl's best friend and only living relative. So, like, yeah, she betrayed her pretty deeply. Even though it was ostensibly to help Pearl, it was to help her. It was, again, it's a human nature thing. The mom was doing what she thought was best for Pearl, but what she thought was best for Pearl and what Pearl thought was best for Pearl could not have been farther apart. They were exact opposites. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, it was you, wasn't it?
Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for?
It's Piley. Pearl is 9? I thought Pearl was like 2. Pearl, you're 9. You need to fucking grow the hell up, idiot. Why your head look like a fucking gray alien balloon? She should fucking have been less stupid then. I was cutting her some slack with doing her dumb thing where she tried to run to Maya and got everybody fucked over. I thought she was like 3. Then she'd have an excuse.
Pearl Fey.
The poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the fake land. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Ah, that's so sweet. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Maya was never seen again. They go into the next room and you just see Pearl like a feral animal. Like the drawing of Saturn eating his children. She's just got Maya's neck in her mouth. Blood everywhere.
But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again.
Oh, hey! So this is where you all were.
I should have said Gumshoe when he asked who she was doing it for.
Wow, looks like we got quite the bunch here today. Ouch! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scrappy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, dude?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Oh!
Pretty good work, Scrappy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean.
Très bien.
Yeah, baby! Woo, Jean Armstrong.
Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Whale and I will be at the Loser's Shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Please, please, no! Damn it, I wanted her to be fucking Pearl murdered her. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe,
Yeah, what is it, pal?
could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I will, look for the fucking missing child, dude. We could go to the French restaurant later. We'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick?
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're the... Oh!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right?
We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone?
I'm saving. It might ask me shit again. I was really scared for a second that it was gonna end this game on a fucking cliffhanger. I was really fucking scared that it was gonna end this game on a goddamn cliffhanger. I would have been so mad. I would have been so mad if this shit ended on a goddamn cliffhanger. Like, for the 4th game, and I just had to start playing him again. Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. You know what game I really want to play soon? It got announced. Detective Famicom Club shit for the Switch. There's a really, really old mystery game that's been ported up to the Switch. That's like 20 plus years old. It's super, it might be 30 plus years old. Super old, but apparently very good. I've heard of it before. I definitely want to try that once it's on Switch. February 10th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. How the fuck did she get here by herself? Pearl is a goddamn evil mastermind, dude. There was that time she ran off in the other case and she was just like wandering the city streets by herself for hours. And now she somehow got all the way to the temple by herself on foot.
Hazakura Temple?
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon.
Sister Bikini?
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearlie is here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay.
Okay!
She's training, dude. Training on the world to change.
What? How the hell did they clean the fucking
Gravy off of the poster. Impossible. Rock and Roll McDonald's. I love Rock and Roll McDonald's. That's a good ass song. Dude, oh my, could you imagine how good this game? I'm gonna make a mod. I'm gonna make a mod that changes the end credit theme, whatever that is for this game, to Rock and Roll McDonald's. Pearlie's not here, and it's just like a fan cam of Larry Butts set to Rock and Roll McDonald's. Ah! Maya, the hanging scroll.
Oh!
Oh, Pearl cleaned it. Oh. Oh, Pearl. Your heart's in the right place, but your brain's the size of a rodent.
Someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be Pearl's. Oh! Mystic Maya!
But Pearlie! Why? Why did you just leave like that?
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother's gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. I hated that bitch.
You don't have to lie just to make me feel better.
No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me.
I was scared because I thought I was going to throw up. I thought that burp was going to turn into a vomit like halfway through. To be fair, that would have been fucking legendary. I kind of wish it happened if I just like vomited all over my fucking microphone at the last part of Phoenix Wright.
My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can do.
Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I wanted to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of the Kool-Aid, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts.
So you knew it was Maya? You're a horrible woman, Misty. She abandoned her daughter for like fucking 30 years straight. That's unbelievable. She deserved to die. She abandoned her daughters because of the shame that she felt when she fucked up for her clan. And so her solution was to abandon her 2 children, infant daughters, fuck off for like 15 to 20 years, and then just roll back up like nothing happened and ignore her again. She knew it was Maya. She just didn't care. She could have made up for lost time a little bit at least. She could have at least said hello. She could have just at least said, hey, what's up, hello? I'm here to kill some people with my sisters and my bros. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. That's today, by the way. That was just a little spirit joke. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. Oh my god, it's black tar heroin! That's how they get all their funding! That's... What is? A photo? Oh! Mother? Mother! It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. That's not true. There are so many animals who do that. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. That's a good point. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh, that's so cute. That's so funny. Oh, way back then, she did the same thing Pearl did. Oh, that's so cute. That's in the second game, when you met Pearl for the first time, she also destroyed that exact same base. And she was like trying to fool everybody and put it back together by herself. That's funny, it already happened before. And Mia was there too, trying to help her put it back. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Armandus, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Sweet Pearl, she got over that pretty fast.
Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'm pretty sure she's just the real master, like the actual master now that the old master's dead. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 of you when you come back.
Alright, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because Wakabi said so, because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. I couldn't resist the urge to sneak in Wakabi's catchphrase there. It felt right, it felt appropriate. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh? I'll be waiting for you.
Sister Bikini will take special care.
Huh? Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally.
Huh? That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time. Right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can.
Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing. Nice. I believe that was the same gag as one of the other games. Maybe both of the other games. The ha into objection. Classic. That was a really good ending. That was super solid. Maya was killed that day with a train wreck.
Master of Kurain and the office manager of Raincoat Law Offices. And I have to be a good sister to Pearlie and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
They're doing a Where Are They Now segment, dude. He ate her. Guys, stop. This is gross. They do not have a sexual relationship. They have a very platonic relationship. So it's true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary, extra special, ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. I don't know how they're gonna top this game, honestly. Like, this is such a perfect trilogy. This is such a good bookend for the series. It's super weird that they made so many more games. This was such a great ending.
Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
Okay, weird phrasing there, but his heart's in the right place. Appreciate it. What about Iris the lizard woman? It's true, dude, they never explained how she's a lizard.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Kurain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Nice. Sick one, Von Karma. She laid a little fucking pitfall for him. Show old bag. Show old bag. Man, how on earth do they top this? How do they make this, keep the franchise going?
Desi and I started a company called Something. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please.
What?
Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as kind of a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
That's amazing. Those two were great too. They were good side characters. I liked them. But yeah, this was like, I don't know where they have left to go in like the actual main story of Phoenix Wright. They kind of tied it all up in this one.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 and a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
So she didn't go to jail? She didn't go to jail for helping the dude do a murder? Oh shit, she got lucky. She got lucky as fucky. Yeah, the old man.
I'm just holding in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least, that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old, and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
They're talking about pooping a lot in this last session, I've noticed. Like, there's been no poop in all of Phoenix Wright, and there's been about 10 poop references today. It's the robot wife.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata.
I get it, it's also backwards.
As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
I want to know how the judge is doing too, dude. Judge style. My. More reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Ooh, Bikini, I got bad news about that. That bitch go to super jail. Then again, if Viola's already out, maybe it's like a week if you assist a murder. Every other crime is super hard punished except for being a helper to a crime. What do you call it? A helpster? There's Iris.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Phoebe. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Nice. How does Pearl reach? It always talks about Pearl slapping Phoenix with her fucking orangutan arms. No old bag! Objection! It was Ben Judd who did the Phoenix Wright voice. Cool. Objection! And it was Sean King was Miles Edgeworth. Interesting. Objection! Her voice does not sound anything like my voice, so I feel like Christina Catano really did a horrible job. She should have made hers sound like an obese British man. And then it would have been a better voice, and more fitting for Mia. Objection! His just was not even close. James C. Wilson. Objection! I feel like that's so ill-fitting for Gato. Like, just a really deep voice with no inflection. Janet Hasu. She went to Ultra Jail. She went to Space Jail, dude. Yeah, baby, it's Payne. Winston Payne. I thought it was Miles Payne for some reason. That's Edgeworth. That was super, super good. Yeah, damn. I really enjoyed it a lot. I'm trying to talk, but there's so much cool stuff happening. Old Bag's back.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me. I guess when I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, so now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway?
She's gonna start talking fast.
What with all the lights and the switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought for everyone? If I bring them over to Edgepoo, I know exactly what he'd say. I really can't accept these, I'm afraid, or something just as painful to this fragile heart. Oh, and when will I ever find a gentleman who would treat me like a fat lady?
Let's go, Old Bag. I nailed it that time. I only missed like 2 words. Dude, my fucking Osu rating when it comes to speed reading is getting so high. You underestimate how hard it is to read out loud fast until you do these games. I finally found something I want to do. Franzie's whippity whip trip is gonna turn the odd world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Sick jab at the art team. That's super funny. I like that a lot. Where does this franchise go? They wrapped up the DL6. They wrapped up Maya's mom. They wrapped up Edgeworth and Franziska. Wow, crazy. I'm so surprised they wrapped up all this stuff and they're still making more games. They wrapped up Mia. They wrapped up everybody, man. It's gonna become the Gumshoe Chronicles. You learn about his tortured past. Yeah, there's all the dead ones that are no longer with us up at the top, overlooking us like Mufasa in the clouds. Remember, Phoenix, I can watch you while you sleep. Imagine how horrible it is for Phoenix Wright to just have a fucking Gumshoe ghost following him everywhere he goes. Not Gumshoe, sorry, Gato. Just fucking judging him every time he does anything. You got a tiny dick, boy. Anyway, that was Phoenix Wright. That was the final game. That was, what's it called? No, this was Trials and Tribulations. This is such a weird name for the final game. I'm so surprised it's called Trials and Tribulations. I always forget because it's such a strange title. But yeah, that was Ace Attorney Trilogy. That was the first 3 games. There's way more than this, apparently, but I will see. In the next few weeks, I'm going to definitely take a break. Like maybe a month or so between when I start the next one, if I do. And in that time, I will be checking out how feasible it is to do this. And more importantly, how the games will look for the stream. This game is very, very good looking visually, and it sounds great, so it's great to do on stream. But if it's something that I have to emulate or run through an Android and stream it, it may not look or sound as good. So I may hold off on this until they inevitably port those in another trilogy to Steam or to Switch, and then I can stream it then. So we'll see on the Phoenix Wright thing, but yeah, that last case was great. I thought there were plot holes. They actually impressed me a whole lot by plugging up pretty much all the plot holes I noticed. Iris recognizing Phoenix, the stupid plan that Godot had was not actually stupid. It turns out it was just motivated by evil. Yeah, they kind of wrapped up all of that quite nicely, really. There wasn't much for me to complain about at all. I just thoroughly enjoyed that. Super good last case. Really good game as well. I still think I like the first game the best. If we're being totally honest, I don't know. There was just something about it. They were all great, though. They're all super good. It's like the Dark Souls, you know? When you try to think about the Dark Souls games, well, that's not a good example because Bloodborne is obviously the best and the Dark Souls 1 is obviously the second best. Bad example. That's kind of the opposite of this trilogy. This trilogy, they were all about equal. I'd rate all of these games like 8 or 9 out of 10. They're all very, very good. I mean, they're visual novels, so there's not a whole lot of gameplay, but I mean, if you know that going in, so for what you're expecting, you get pretty great value out of these. Good call on playing this game. Thanks again to Sausage Toes. Viewer Sausage Toes sent me this game on Steam. He gifted it to me on Steam, and so we just played through it, and it was a great time. It was a pretty dang good one. We still do have time left on the stream, so we will be playing some more games. But that's it for Phoenix Wright, so hope you guys enjoyed the entire trilogy. Again, these VODs will be going up both in the highlights section of the Twitch channel and also on the YouTube archive, which is in my bio below. You can see all the old stuff you missed. The previous 2 games are also on there, and this final segment will be there too. So you can catch the whole thing if you missed any. But yeah, that's Phoenix Wright. Super good. Liked it a lot. I did not expect much going into it because I did not know anything about Phoenix Wright, other than that it was called Phoenix Wright. Kind of blew me away. I really enjoyed it a lot. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it too.